Hello, I'm Andy Agafangelo. I'm carrying out this video interview of George Patellis in my capacity as chair of the Secretariat Committee to the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Personal Banking and Fairer Financial Services. I'm also, however, the founder of the Transparency Task Force, which provides the Secretariat to the All-Party Parliamentary Group. George, thank you very much indeed for agreeing to have this conversation with me. As you know, the conversation is being video recorded. The video recording will be placed on the APPG's website and will raise awareness of it through social media and so on. You're carrying out this conversation with me, George, on the basis that you have already provided a written submission to the APPG's Court of Evidence about the Financial Conduct Authority. Thank you. Could I invite you, please, first of all, George, to tell us about yourself and outline, just briefly to begin with, how you came to interact with the Financial Conduct Authority. Thank you very much.
My name is George Patellis. I'm an American. I've worked in the UK financial sector, the banking sector, for the past 24 years or so. I guess I first interacted with the regulator back in 2004 when they became the regulator responsible for regulated mortgage activities. I had to go through a process at the time in my role to become an approved person, which I went through that process and held controlled functions. In around February of 2010, I was appointed chief exec of a company called Toyota PLC. Toyota was a regulated business, regulated by the then FSA, they just provided, regulated loans as part of their business. I met with them immediately after I assumed the role, just as an interview to kind of go through the fit and proper test again, which went well, obviously. And that's kind of things were, there wasn't a whole lot of interaction after that until January of 2011, when a recently appointed CFO came to me and was unable to reconcile the accounts, which at the time was showing somewhere around a £940,000 profit, and his as he was trying to reconcile it, it looked more like a £3.8 million loss, which was significant. And then in addition to that, there was about £20 million that we couldn't account for, that was just, it should have been there and it wasn't there. And I remember thinking that he was just missing something because the business wasn't that big. I think at the time, maybe a little bit shy of 150 million AUM. So 20 million pounds out of that number was obviously significant. I called an extraordinary board meeting for the following morning to discuss with the other directors what we had found, and it turns out that they were aware of the issue, and that they had been using money that what belonged to other people for their own purposes. So they were aware that there was this 20 million plus hole in the accounts, but some of the information that they gave was, it just didn't make a lot of sense. They believed they had kind of admitted that, well, they admitted that they had used it for other reasons, but that it was still somewhere in the book in different investment properties, and just different things like that, which just didn't make any sense. So I ended up calling a firm of solicitors to come in to advise us of what we needed to do as a company that was in a precarious situation. There are certain things that you have to follow. And we received the advice from the lawyers of what we needed to do, but it became apparent that immediately we needed to get some accounting, get an accounting firm in to provide a forensic audit to just kind of go through everything and find out where all the money was. And that was agreed, and we had set up a meeting for a couple of days. I think this all sort of took place on a Friday, and we were meeting this firm on a Monday. And that happened. So we went through that, and we ended up having the meeting with the accountants and the lawyers, and that agreed a sort of scope of work that they were going to do, and that they would start it in a couple of days, subject to their conflict of interest checks. That passed, and they were due to start in a couple of days. And over the course of the next couple of days, just more things started to come to light, which I understand is common when these things happen. That it's like a house of cards, and that's pretty much what I experienced. So from the time that we met with the accountants and agreed to scope, and the time that they were coming in to start the work, the position had actually gotten worse. We were able to determine, or I was able to determine with the CFO, that where this 20 million pound plus where the money was and what was happening. And again, they accepted that's what was happening, and effectively they would when a loan would redeem, instead of taking that money that didn't belong to them but belonged to different funding lines, or in this case it was through a USIS fund. They weren't sending that money back. They were just using it for their own purposes. And it was apparent that that's what was going on. So in addition to that, it was clear that all the accounts were false, and multiple other reporting requirements, either through the FSA at the time. The business was in breach of its capital adequacy requirements. All of the threshold conditions were in breach. And there was no way to out of this. The business didn't have money to pay its debts. I've received a list of all the money that was owed to different vendors and whoever, and it was over a couple million pounds, and there was just no money. So my recommendation was that we needed to get administrators in immediately to protect the shareholders and creditors' interests. I wasn't surprised. My recommendation was rejected, and I told them in the meeting that is my duty as a authorized person who held controlled functions. I had to notify the regulator that I had grave concerns about the business under a Principle 11 requirement, which is you need to let the FSA know of something that you're concerned of, or something that you think they would want to know. And clearly this sort of met that test. So I left. They accepted my resignation, and I went back to my flat along with my compliance officer, which is an important is something that's important that we'll talk about later. But and I notified them of my Principle 11 concern, that I believe that the business was insolvent, and that that the creditors and shareholders, their money was at risk. So I offered to come in and meet with the regulator, and they said that wasn't necessary, which was kind of a surprise to me. But instead, they asked me to just summarize what I had just told them in the phone call, send them an email, which I did, and I received an auto response back that your email's been received. And myself and the compliance officer were asked to submit I think the document was called a SUP 15, if I remember, which effectively just different things that if you think that the business is heading towards some of these triggers where there could be problems, or if they're already there, let us know. So that came from my compliance officer as well as myself. So that was submitted. And I didn't hear anything further from them. That was it. There was some back and forth with different the business would say certain things about meeting with the FCA and so on and so forth. And obviously, they didn't want me to go to the FCA. They asked me to not do that, to give them some time, which obviously I was unable to do. And so this was in, I believe, sort of the second week of January of 2011. And that was kind of the only contact that I had after when I received the auto response back from my Principal 11 submission, or my Principal 11 phone call. And then in March of 2011, March 11th, 2011, I received an email from the FSA asking me to meet with them in Canary Wharf to kind of go through my claims, and that I was required to bring any evidence that I had to support what I had said. I was back in America at the time, and I flew back to London and met with the FSA on March 16th of 2011. And I brought with me literally a suitcase full of documents that they asked me to bring, and that in my opinion, it clearly showed everything that was going on. It was a roadmap to how the fraud was perpetrated, and even cash flows, and just different things like that. So I had the meeting. I think there were at least 3 people from the FSA in the meeting. Maybe there might have been 4. The meeting lasted around 4 hours, I think. And at the end of the meeting, I offered, here's my evidence. And I remember saying, you can copy it. I can stick around, or, I can come back tomorrow and just pick everything up. And they surprisingly said that they wouldn't take it, that they felt that I should speak with my lawyer, which I clearly had, and then for some reason that I should speak with my wife before I did it, before I turned anything over, which that made no sense to me then, and certainly makes no sense to me today. But a couple of days after the meeting, I was so this would have been around the 18th or so of March of 2011. I received an email from one of the guys that was in the meeting in Canary Wharf, and asking me that they would now be happy to receive my evidence, but they asked that I went through that evidence and sort of determined what I thought they would be interested in seeing, which, again, that didn't really make any sense to me, that they're kind of asking me to figure out what they might want, when it should have been just take everything and you figure out what you want. I'm sure there's things in here that I know you would want to see, but you just take it all. Why not take everything? But nevertheless, that didn't happen. So a couple of days later, I ended up sending a FedEx box of documents, and it wasn't everything that I had in the suitcase with me. And I think, in hindsight, I probably should have said to them that you just take everything. But at the time, I didn't know that this is something that was going to be going on for a very long time. But in any event, I sent them what I thought they would want to see, and that proved everything that I had said to them. And that was it. That was I had I think I sent them an email asking about document retention. And, that was it. That was really the only, the further contact that I had with them for quite a while. It was one of these things that, I sent it, and I kind of expected that there would be some things that would happen, but it didn't. And I should also say that at the time, the majority of the evidence that I had were paper copies of documents. So it wasn't, I had some electronic things, but as the house of cards started to tumble, I was in my office just printing things because I knew that they were going to be useful at some point. So I had to, make copies of everything, paper copies, and put them in a box and send them. So that's how they received the evidence versus electronically. So yeah, that took place, and then that was it. There was no interaction at all up until December of 2015, when I filed a complaint against them for, I think it kind of came under the umbrella of their treatment of me as a whistleblower. And in particular, the fund eventually blew up, as I told them it was going to, but it continued for another, I think, 17 months. And what started around 20 million when I told them, ballooned to over 120 million by the time it blew up. So, so there was obviously interest in this, because the investors in the USIS were ordinary people with looking for a nice return on their money. There were also some banks that were involved, but primarily these were individuals who invested their money into this fund. So there was a lot of attention around it. And it became clear that that people found out that I had gone there and blew the whistle and told them everything that was going on, and that nothing happened. So the regulator was kind of on the back foot a little bit, and coming out trying to give the investors the information that they wanted, and they produced a question and answer. And in the question and answer, there were a couple questions that were specifically about me. Did you meet with George Patellis, and he turned over evidence? What did you do with it? And things like that. And they effectively said that we met with him, but we didn't think that the evidence that he gave us showed that there was any fraud, which was just, it was nonsense. I mean, it was absolute nonsense. But then there was another question that was much worse. There was a question about it. Why didn't you go to the police when you had this information? And they went into this sort of explanation as to why they didn't go to the police, that they weren't the prosecutor of fraud, and so on. And then just very randomly at the end of their maybe 2-paragraph response to that question, they just kind of chucked in there that, we're not aware if George Patellis went. He could have gone, but, we didn't do anything. We certainly didn't do anything to stop him from going. And that really bothered me, because as a whistleblower, and this isn't my understanding, this is documented, this is in their policies, the regulators' policies. If you're a whistleblower and you take something to the regulator, and they're not the investigative or prosecutory arm of that particular crime or whatever's happening, they're duty bound to say, thank you for coming in, but that's, we don't investigate that. You need to go and see the guy down the hall, or, the SFO or wherever it might be. But they never did that with me. So that was kind of the point where I started to see like they're not taking responsibility for what they did, because they had all of this stuff. So I filed a complaint with them in December 2015, and then it just kind of went from there, which is kind of taking up the, well, here we are in almost 2022, and there's still a lot left to be said about all of this. Long answer, but that's how it started.
George, thank you very much. And can you just, excuse me, can you please just confirm what role were you in and in what firm when you blew the whistle?
I was chief executive of the firm, and the firm was called Tayuta PLC.
And how do you spell that word? Just spell it for us.
Tiuta.
Thank you very much. And did you follow your employer's whistleblower policy? If so, can you provide us with a copy of your employer's whistleblower policy? How did the policy tell you to blow the whistle? Did it tell you what you must include so that your disclosure was protected?
Yeah, there was no whistleblowing policy. And, I'm not sure whether, even if there had been a whistleblowing policy, I'm not sure how relevant it would have been, because I was the chief exec. The compliance officer was aware of what was going on. There was no one for me to go to internally to, like, what would I do? The only people that I could have gone to potentially, I guess, would have been the board, but those were the guys that were pilfering the money. So, my only avenue was the regulator, and that's what I took.
When did you blow the whistle, and to which organization? And if you don't mind saying so, what age were you then?
I blew the whistle to the FSA. They were the FSA at the time, and they're the FCA now. It's all the same, despite they try to distance themselves from they like to call the FSA their predecessor, which isn't true to me. It's just a different initial in the middle of the name. But I was chief exec. I blew the whistle to the FSA, and I was 46 at the time.
Thank you. Have you ever witnessed any actions or conduct that, in your reasonable belief, breached any law, regulatory code, or applicable or relevant policy? If so, please explain which law, code, or policy you believe was breached.
Well, I didn't. I think with the benefit of hindsight, you can maybe see some things that just seem kind of quirky, but there was never ever a time that before this 20 million pound black hole was discovered, that I ever saw anything that I'm like, that this is, what are you doing, sort of thing. I was never involved in anything where I was asked my opinion about how they should, hide the money or whatever they should do with it. And I had no idea. I never saw anything. It turns out, I certainly didn't know this at the time, but it turns out that through emails and things that I've seen since the time, that they went to great lengths to hide all of this from me. There's emails between the previous CFO and the guys that were involved in taking the money, that he's saying, you need to let George know, and they're like, don't tell him. And, so what I saw, the accounts that I saw, for example, when I would get the monthly management accounts, they were just, it was fantasy. It was pure fantasy. No, I didn't. I didn't see. I never saw anything in sort of real time, or the discussion or the planning of how they were going to do what they did.
Thank you.
But it was it was a classic Ponzi scheme, and it was really it was run by uncomplicated people. The scheme was uncomplicated. It was pretty basic, and the guys that were behind it weren't, they were unsophisticated. It worked. They were able to do it.
Thank you. And what was the nature of the misconduct, infringement, malpractice, or so on that you alleged?
So there were a couple things, but the main thing that I was aware of when I went in there, when I went to meet in person with the FCA, was that when a loan, mortgage, or a development project, any funds that had been lent out either through a banking line or through the fund, when the borrower of that money would pay his loan back, when he would redeem the loan, the money that came into the business needed to go back to whoever owned that money, either the fund or one of the banking lines, and that wasn't happening. They were keeping that money for themselves, for running the business, to cover bad debts, to live a pretty nice lifestyle, and that was kind of the core of what they did. The other issue that, or the other point that they would make like fictitious loans, that they would have a loan that they would draw the money down from either one of their banking lines or the fund to lend to some person, but that person didn't exist, so that it was just a fraudulent loan. So they took that money and just used whatever, or did whatever they wanted with it. And I think that this has always kind of been the core, at the core of my frustration then, and it continues now, even in the recent independent reviews report, that they get so wrapped up in all the stuff that's kind of flying around in the ether, and they never focused on just one really, really simple fact, and that was these guys are stealing money. Like, it's not, forget about, how's the process supposed to work? What's the water flow of the funds? They're stealing money, and they just never seem to grasp that. And as I said, I'm not so sure that that they have, or could be more likely that they've kind of they've adopted this position a long time ago, and they're not going to move from it. But if you think about what they knew from when I told them, they allowed these guys to continue to operate for another 17 months, and we may get into it later, but just in case we don't, and every single month from the time I met with the regulator, or even from the time I made my principal 11 phone call in January, the next 17 months, every single month, these guys stole money from people, and every single month they were cash flow and balance sheet insolvent. Every single month they were in breach of their capital adequacy requirements. Every single month they filed fraudulent accounts. They filed fraudulent MLAR returns, and the regulator saw this every single month.
What interaction have you had with the FCA about your situation?
Well, yeah, a lot. So the I went through the complaints process as I mentioned earlier, and their final response to my complaint was just nonsense. I mean, it was they repeated the information about the evidence that the person who investigated the complaint just kind of parroted what they had said in the Q&A. And as part of my complaint, I specifically asked the investigator to look at the evidence that I provided, and can you tell me if you believe that was sufficient to show that there were fraudulent activities? And his response was that it wasn't his job to determine whether it was, and then, which to later I reminded he's the investigator. That's exactly what his job is. But they, they never did that. But and I think it was also, it never made any sense to me that as a chief exec, I'm blowing the whistle on my own company, and I had been a approved person since 2004. Held multiple controlled functions. I never had, there were no blemishes on my record, and that there was some reason that they weren't taking my allegations serious. And how many chief execs blow the whistle on their own companies? I mean, it's not something that happens all the time, and but yet they still failed to. They still failed to do that. If you kind of go back to the very beginning, when I made that very first Principal 11 phone call, they should have said, "Can you come in here? We'll send a car for you." I mean, they should have had me. I had all this evidence, and I've said this several times over the years. I was naive. I thought that this was going to be on BBC News that night or the next day. That's how big this was, and it didn't happen. And the fact that they, over the years, I mean, from 2011 until I filed that complaint in 2015, at the end of 2015, you're looking at 4 years, and there was no contact. I mean, there wasn't anything. And there certainly should have been, because clearly what was happening, which I knew at the time, I didn't have all the evidence to support this, but in later years, I did get the evidence, is that they were being fed the FSA was just being fed a pack of lies by these guys that they believed, and the part of it that was really difficult for me was that there was a lot of things being said in the press about me by the perpetrators that the regulator knew. I mean, they knew just wasn't true. They knew that these guys were lying about this, and yet they didn't do anything to stop them from doing that. So lies were being in the press about me that came from Toyota. Lies were being sent or coming out from the fund about me. The fund, as I mentioned earlier, these were just regular investors, innocent people who were sold this fund by IFAs. So the fund was sending emails to all the IFAs saying, it was George Patellis, and all this stuff. And this was all public knowledge, and the regulator didn't do anything to stop them. But they also they never got back to me when they would have heard these things from the guys that they knew were stealing money. So effectively, they took the word of criminals over me, but at no time did they ever get in touch with me and say, this is what they're saying happened, and this is what they're saying you did. What do you have to say to that? Where I could have easily refuted that. And I said this to them at the time and multiple times since, that had they asked me to go into the office, Tita's office with them, I could have showed them in 5 minutes what was going on. I mean, that's how blatant it was. So there was never really any real interaction. You know, even from the time that you know, I filed my complaint that ultimately escalated, which I think we're going to talk about a little bit later. But you know, that was it. There was just never, you know, there just wasn't anything further from the regulator. You know, whether it was again to just get a counter to what these guys were saying, or to just maybe say, look, can you tell us a little bit more? I mean, there was never anything. And again, this is despite seeing monthly evidence from the accountants that I hired who are now engaged, that would file a monthly, you know, prepare a monthly report and submit that to the regulator every month. Every single month it went through what was happening, and you know, it's all the stuff that I had mentioned earlier, and they saw that, but yet they allowed these guys to still say things in the press about me, which you know, they should have stopped that because they knew it wasn't true. But they also should have come back to me when these guys said something that were at odds with what I said.
Thank you, George. And in your written submission, you make direct reference to something that you're quoting in terms of some interaction between yourself and the FCA. It's on page 4. Would you be happy, please, just to pick up on that?
On November 15th, 2015, I filed a complaint against the regulator to their internal complaints department. And the crux of my complaint was that the regulator's treatment of me as a whistleblower. There are many examples where the regulator failed me, but there was one failing in particular that proved to be the spark that really, I think, lit the fire of my complaint. When it became apparent to the regulator that it was public knowledge that they met with me and they failed to act on the evidence, they started playing a blame game. You know, they said that the losses were a result of you know, widespread IFA mis-selling, which it clearly wasn't. You know, they said they couldn't do a whole lot to prevent it because although Taita was regulated, the amount of regulated business that they did was in their words, not significant. And they began to slander me. So the regulator, as a result of just what was in the market with the questions that were coming in from the investors, particularly the investors in the fund, who were contacting their MPs, and MPs were writing letters. They started to put out a series of question and answers. And in the Q&As, the regulator, just as an example, this is some of the things that they said that were specifically about me. The first question was, what did the FSA do once they received the information provided by George Patellis? Within the answer, they said that the authority did not consider that we had sufficient evidence of fraudulent activity, and so it did not consider referring the matter to the police at the time. They had more than enough evidence to show the fraud, including an admission letter that the guys who were taking the money signed that they were taking the money. And then the next question was, this was probably the one that really bothered me, was that the question is, when exactly did the FSA contact the police? And the response, the FSA is not the lead prosecutor of fraud. However, we do review information we receive about firms and individuals and decide whether this needs to be passed on to other law enforcement agencies. When we receive this type of information, we may take the view that the evidence sufficiently demonstrates fraud for us to pass it straight on, or we may decide it is not sufficient to pass on and we will undertake further inquiries. When deciding what course of action to take, we consider issues such as the robustness of the information provided, the source of the information, and the relevance of the information in relation to the allegations. At the time we received the information from Mr. Patellis, we decided to pursue our concerns with the firm directly and did not contact the police or other authorities. Then they said, the FSA is not aware whether Mr. Patellis went to the police directly at this time. The FSA did not do anything to prevent him from doing so. The answer provided in the first question is just not true. The evidence that I provided was a roadmap to the fraud. The simple answer was that that one point was really the crux, and it was just a big blow to really any hope that I had to secure a job at the level that I'd previously worked, because it just portrayed me as not believable, that it might have been something that I made up, and little did I know. We found out years later that the regulator never even looked at the evidence that I provided. They never looked at it. And again, this isn't me. This was something that was in an independent report, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit later. But that fact, I think it makes the answer they put in the Q&A even more appalling. So they never looked at it, yet they said that it didn't prove anything. The answer to the second question, again, I think this is it's an overt attempt by the regulator to point the finger of blame at me by implying that I should have taken my concerns to the police and that they didn't do anything to prevent me from doing so. It was deliberately added to deflect responsibility away from the regulator's failure to act, by giving me responsibility that wasn't mine, and giving me their responsibility. It wasn't mine. It was something that they should have done. I think that, after seeing the Q&A, and when anything would be in the press, as you could imagine, I would get bombarded with calls from journalists and maybe people that I used to work with. And so it really, it created problems. So that's really the time that I decided to file a complaint to the regulator for their treatment of me. Specifically, I had no doubt that my evidence showed fraud. There was simply no doubt. And more to the point, the regulators repeated ad nauseum that they are not the prosecutor of fraud. But, as such, they're required to tell the whistleblower, the appropriate agency, to report the fraud too. If they're not going to do something about it, then they're obligated to tell me to do something about it, which they didn't do. The insensitive comment about me doing nothing them doing nothing to prevent me from going to the police. It's a breach of their duties. It's a crystal clear breach of their duties. That was their requirement, and they didn't do it. So on December 15th, I submitted my complaint to the regulator. Their final response to my complaint came 6 months later in May of 2016, and it was just it was stunning. I couldn't believe what was in the document and what they said. It was full of falsehoods. And the person that was responsible for the investigation, just some of the things that he said were just made no sense, or they just simply weren't true. So, one of them, for example, was that as the investigator, he said it wasn't his role to say whether or not my evidence showed fraud, which was the central element of my complaint. He said I wasn't a whistleblower, which that sort of blew me away, that I wasn't a whistleblower, and that the references to me in the Q&A, they were appropriate. And I remember he said that, it's not dispute. You didn't go to the police, and they didn't do anything to stop you from going. But so the for causing me effectively destroying my life, they offered me the princely sum of £500 as an ex gratia payment, which I rejected and asked that it be donated to their training budget in my name. I haven't heard whether they did that or not, but so I wasn't satisfied with the response. It was again full of just falsehoods and deflection. So I took a route that was available to me, and I escalated the complaint to the complaints commissioner. And on November 24th of 2016, so 5 months or so after the FSA's response to my complaint, the complaints commissioner ruled on the elements of my complaint, and just some of the things that he said, which effectively he pretty much upheld everything that I complained about. And for example, he said that he's not satisfied. I'm not satisfied that the FSA applied its mind sufficiently to the possibility that there might be fraudulent activity taking place. I tell you, in the first half of 2011, there is a lack of evidence in the minutes of meetings I've seen to show the possibility of fraud was seriously considered or discussed. The FSA's position as lead prosecutor, that they're not the lead prosecutor, that they need to report it to whoever that the prosecutor is as soon as possible, which they didn't do. He's referring to me, were told that you could or should refer the matter. Sorry, you were not told that you could or should refer the matter to the police or the serious fraud office. In my view, this wouldn't have been a reasonable response in any event. And then the FSA statement in its published FAQs that the FSA did not do anything to prevent you from doing so has been perceived as an attempt to shift responsibility from where it clearly lies with the regulator itself. So I'm satisfied that the FSA was aware of press reports about senior resignations at Tide in 2011. This should have rung additional alarm bells. I should mention that one of the points in my complaint to the FCA was, you can kind of take me out of the equation in my resignation, even though it's significant when a chief exec steps down. But there were, I think maybe 12 senior staff resigned within months of my resignation. And I said that should have been a huge alarm bell that everybody's leaving, something's going on. That doesn't happen. He goes on to say, in my view, the FCA's choices about what information not to put in the public domain and the emphasis on IFAs may have had the effect of shifting the focus away from the possibility there might have been a regulatory failure. So he's kind of addressing the fact that the regulator really from the time this really became public, everything was focused on the IFAs were mis-selling, or it was a useless fund, which are risky. It was there was a limited amount of regulated activity at the business, and so our actions were appropriate. The complaints commissioner also recommended the regulator increase their expiration payment to me to £1,500 and make a public apology to me. They offered me, the regulator offered me £1,500 again, ex gratia, and which I refused. But the worst part is they refused to apologize to me publicly. And their response to that, that they said that I could share that they would send they've apologized privately, which was really what they put in their statement after the complaints commissioner's findings, that they were happy for me to share this with anybody I like, and I'll read it because it's kind of typical of what how they've handled it. So we've considered the final report of the complaints commissioner on complaint, and it lists my complaint number. The FCA accepts the commissioner's overall conclusion that the FCA's complaint response did not go far enough in acknowledging the deficiencies in handling this matter. So they're not really addressing anything that he said. They're just, the deficiencies. Then it says the FCA board will appoint an external third party to conduct a review. The review will begin once the current enforcement investigation is ended. The FCA intends to publish the outcome of the review to the extent that it can. The FCA accepts the commissioner's recommendation to offer an ex gratia payment of £1,500, and will also be writing to the complainant with a further apology. So this doesn't mention my name. It doesn't mention the names of the companies, but they said that they were happy for me to share it with anybody that I wanted to share it with, which you'd almost need like a map. You'd have to bring all these different things, that this case number, that's me, and here's the document that, so it was completely, it was nonsense. So, and they're very good at the words that they use. And for example, this is saying that we're going to be writing to the complaint with a further apology. There was never a first apology. So they make it look like they've apologized to me, but they never did. The review that they mentioned in the response was actually my recommendation. So as part of the process with the complaints commissioner, there's a little bit of back and forth before he publishes his final decision. And one of the suggestions before the final report was published was that the regulator said they would have an internal review of what happened in this fiasco. And my response to that was, it's a waste of time, because they can't police themselves. For it to have any value at all, it needs to be independent, which they agreed to. That turns out that when the independent review was done, it was far from independent, which I'm sure we'll talk about later. Then in between 2016, 2017, I traded some emails. They were circular emails that kind of dealt with the regulator's refusal to acknowledge the complaint commissioner's failings. I mean, the complaints commissioner laid out the string of failures, but they never really addressed them in anything specific. They always avoid anything specific, and they just use generalizations. On December 13th in 2016, I was asked to attend a session in Parliament regarding the collapse of the fund, and the regulator's head of enforcement was there, and it was a disgrace. He called it a kangaroo court. He kept saying that things got started a little bit late. I don't remember why, but things were running late, and he just kept saying that he needed to get home. He needed to watch his kids, and it just ended up kind of being a waste of time. In May of 2018, I met with this head of enforcement. I had received, I I'd recently received new evidence that I didn't have before. He was cordial. I gave him this new evidence that I had because it was important. It was relevant, and it had information in there that hadn't previously been in the public domain. And I think maybe a week or so later, he sent me an email that he wasn't able to use it, that their view was that it was protected, which I'm not a lawyer, I don't know, but it was a document in the public domain. In early 2021, so earlier this year, after the publication of the independent review, I received an email from Charles Randall, the chairman of the FSA. I met with him at his office in Stratford, and I actually had high hopes for that, coming off the heels of the recent publication of the independent review. But it was just a waste of time. I think he did it just to say that he did it, and it was just a complete waste of time.
Thank you, George. Question 8: if you had contact with the FCA, which you clearly have had contact with the FCA, did the FCA explain or define the extent of their regulatory authority to you in respect to the matters you were raising?
Yes, they did, and it was a constant just excuses for their lack of regulatory authority. To me, I think it goes back to really in March, if not in January of 2011, certainly March of 2011, when I met with them in Canary Wharf, and they didn't classify me as a whistleblower. They've classified me as a couple things. At the time, they said that I was an approved person that shared intelligence. I think that was just one way of them, covering their mistakes. They just to say that I wasn't a whistleblower, that kind of got them off the hook for not doing other things that they should have done, specifically telling me to go to the SFO or somewhere else. Clearly, I was a whistleblower. I provided evidence of fraud. Then the other thing that they talked about a lot, which is not unique to this situation. It's one of their sort of list of excuses, was that they're limited in what action they could take because the business, in this case Toyota, the amount of regulated business that they were actually undertaking was small, and that it was proportionate. So they believed that the business had about 5% of regulated activity, which was not true. I provided evidence that it was around 20%, but they never verified that. And you're either authorized or you're not. The fact that they were conducting less regulated activities and they were unregulated is not an excuse for laxity or in the absence of effective supervision. And later, with the independent investigator, he kind of backed them on that position, which was unfortunate. And they also said they weren't sure what their regulatory perimeter was, but did nothing about it. So that's I think almost worse, because you're saying that we're not really sure what we should be doing here, so you do nothing. And the consequences were pretty big.
Thank you, George. Question 9: what evidence, if any, did you give the FCA and or any other entity?
I gave them a lot of evidence. So I mentioned previously that I met with them in March of 2011. I brought a suitcase of evidence. They didn't take it, but then I subsequently sent them what I thought they would want to see. And that evidence, I'll just kind of highlight a lot of it that I sent, not all of it, but I sent them a list of the loans that the money, sorry, I sent them a list of the loans that had redeemed and the where they kept the money. They didn't send it back to the source of the funding. This list was set up like a tally sheet. So it would say when the person redeemed the loan, the amount that they redeemed, and how many times the borrower's solicitor was calling Toyota asking for the DS1, which is the instrument that releases the charge at land registry. There would be notes that if they've called the law society and so forth. So they had this list. They had the names. I even included the names of the people who had paid their loans off, but the money wasn't sent back. I sent proof that Toyota was in breach of its capital adequacy requirements, clear proof that the business was insolvent, and as part of that submission in particular, and many more, were two reports that I had from the accounting firm that I hired that was presented, that I had and I sent to the FSA as part of my evidence that said the business is cash flow and balance sheet insolvent, that they're using redemption money and so on. I gave them proof that the business had filed false accounts, that they had filed fraudulent MLAR reports. I gave them an admission letter, signed admission letter from the perpetrators that they gave to me, that amongst other things, I didn't know about what was going on. I wasn't involved in it and so on. So a signed admission letter from the people who were taking the money, I gave them that. I gave them all of the board minutes from all the board meetings that we had, provided them with the minutes of all of those meetings that was all clearly discussed. There were minutes from the meetings with the lawyers. There were minutes from the meetings with the accounting firm, on and on. I provided them with information from the accounting firm that had identified issues that I wasn't aware of, but they were significant breaches that were picked up by them as experts, and also from the lawyers that I brought in to advise us. That was given to them, and there's a lot of other stuff, but I think those were the key issues that I sent in. Sorry, the key evidence that I sent in.
Thank you again, George. Thank you very much. Question number 10. What, if anything, do you believe the FCA could have done that may have prevented the matter you blew the whistle on from happening in the first place?
Well, I didn't know this at the time, but a lot has come to light over the past decade, and it's a bad reflection, a horrible reflection on the regulator that really has been touched on a little bit in the independent review and not really at all by the regulator, but there were multiple red flags with the FCA knew about with Toyota and the fund, the structure of the fund, and a few other things. But these are things they knew a lot of things that they knew before I ever heard of Toyota, and significant things that that I didn't know about, obviously. But I believe that the collapse of the business and the fund and the subsequent losses to the investors what was entirely preventable, but due to their failings from day one, really, just nothing happened. I mean, they had concerns about when they authorized Toyota, part of that authorization process, they identified some serious concerns with one of the principals, who ultimately was one of the guys that was taking the money. Specifically, he had falsified invoices, which is pretty significant things. And he's also he was a solicitor. He's the solicitor that they knew that he was falsifying invoices, yet they somehow found him fit and proper. And it just should have never got past that point. That should have been the end of it. But they did. There's an actual timeline that I've been able to put together just based on information I received, and I'll just kind of run through that real quick. So I mentioned the person that they authorized as fit and proper, and obviously authorized the business as a regulated entity. They had concerns. This is back in April 2005, and then ultimately in April 2006 is when they were granted the permission. They had concerns about the business itself. And just the owners behind the business, and just the structure of how the voting shares and non-voting shares worked out, and what influence people that had the non-voting shares had on the business. And this is back before they were even fully authorized. They, again, in 2006, there was protected correspondence between the FCA's, the authorization department, and an individual named Nigel Walter, who was banned as a director for his part in setting up a fraudulent uses fund earlier, which was a land banking thing where he would get people to invest in land that was worth, 100,000 pounds today, and then next year it's going to be worth, $1 billion. It was all fraud, and he was banned as a director, but yet he was involved in the fund and setting up the fund. They were reluctant to authorize him, obviously, and that I think they ultimately made him kind of not step down in his role, but he never really did. He just became a shadow director. In April 2008, that the regulator had to wind down this business, the land banking firm. Then in November of 2008, going through the Toyota's MLAR reports, which kind of goes through the mortgage business administration, what new activity, what's loans in arrears and default, repossession, and so forth. This is in November 2008. It highlighted significant mortgage arrears that was developing there that wasn't shared with the regulator properly. That the firm at that time, this is November 2008, that it showed that there was a lack of control. It showed that there was the capital adequacy was in question. that the arrears were not in line with Toyota's peer group. Their exit strategy to resolve the issues never came to fruition, and they hadn't been tested. The FCA have said that they didn't test any of their arrears policies, and that I think their final response to this was that maybe this can be addressed with a Dear CEO letter. So, and then in December 2008 and January 2009, this is all information that came out through other evidence that the FSA was raising questions about Toyota's financial stability, and how the fund was being promoted, but they didn't do anything about it. In January of 2009, the Jersey Financial Services Commission, they're the regulator in Jersey, they notified a division of the FCA that they had concerns about a director of Connet, the same guy that the FCA were aware about, that he was still conducting regulated activities. They did a search on Mr. Walter, and the determination was it wasn't clear, but that Mr. Walter had resigned as a director in February 2009, but he was still the guy that ran it as a shadow director. In April of 2009, an inquiry by the regulator was open into whether the fund, so the fund wasn't regulated, Toyota was regulated, but they opened up an investigation as to whether the fund was carrying out regulated activities, and that the promotions of the fund were authorized, and that the fund responded that Capita at the time was the operator of the fund, and that because they were regulated, that didn't matter what the fund did, and that they were taking care of the activities on the fund's behalf. And then they just sort of dropped it. They knew in this is from August 2009 that the chairman of the fund was also Toyota's compliance officer. They identified this as what it is a massive conflict of interest. The person, a guy named Mike Davis, was able to tell them something that they accepted, that it was he didn't do a whole lot at Toyota, and that there wasn't a conflict of interest in the FCA. The FCA accepted that. In September of 2009, Capita stepped down as the operator of the fund. A new operator took over called Blue Gate, and that at the time, Capita didn't mention anything about any issues that they had, but there was concern that the wording in the IM, the information memorandum of the fund, said that the investors' money was guaranteed through a guarantee provided by Toyota, and that it wasn't possible that it was guaranteed. Toyota didn't have the funds to guarantee these loans, and that they and again 2009 that they asked that the word guarantee be removed from the fund's name, and there wasn't a response, and it just sort of left, and there was no follow-up on it. in 2009, again, there were more concerns raised with the marketing of the fund, but no real follow-up. In March of 2010, the FSA's financial promotion team referred the conduct promotion to the UBD, the unauthorized business division, with the note that said, perhaps we can stop some consumer detriment before it happens. So they knew, and this is March of 2010. So just another red flag. In the autumn of 2010, the regulator was alerted to concerns from 3 individuals relating to Bluegate. In October 20th, 2010, the whistleblowing team sent an email to the wholesale small firms division regarding concerns of the promotion that they received from whistleblowers. On November 1st of 2010, the whistleblowing department sent another email that they had 2 separate reports from whistleblowers raising concerns. Both of the whistleblowers, referred to the £100 million fund, which was in difficulties. And then a note, internal note at the FSA from December 21st, 2010 said that Bluegate provided detailed information on the structure and distribution, and there would be a meeting sometime in January of 2011, which just so happens to be when I made my Principle 11 notification. And look, these are ones that I know of. I'm sure there are plenty more that I'm not aware of. But the FSA, the regulator, they try to put like a spin that they weren't sure of they didn't know their regulatory perimeter. They were limited, and it's just. This is not something that can be chalked up to incompetence. It's on the law of averages. It just doesn't work. You can't be presented with this number of red flags, and these are just ones that I'm aware of, and not realize that something isn't right. You can't just keep chalking these things up to chance and we didn't understand or miscommunication. And it's a pattern that played out throughout the whole saga, and even more apparent when you start to look at the interaction that the regulator had with the guys that were stealing the money. It's shocking. So it's not, it's a pattern of inaction that's just, it suggests a willful cover up of what was going on. I mean, there just is no other way to explain it. You can't have the number of people within the organization, within the regulator, that are all aware of this, and not have any meaningful action taken. And that's exactly what happened.
Thank you again, George. Question number 11. To your knowledge, what did the FCA do to investigate the matter you raised?
Well, I think I may have touched on this a little bit before, but they didn't do anything, because if they had, it would have been shut down. I gave them irrefutable evidence of what was going on. It was a financial crime. People were stealing money. I mean, again, I know I keep coming back to this, but it's that basic. People were stealing money. They knew people were stealing money, and they didn't do anything. Again, I gave them the admission letter, the cash flow statements, board minutes, the reports from the accountants, and they didn't do anything. And there, you need no more evidence than the fact that they allowed the business to continue to trade for 17 months after I gave them this evidence. And it needs to be mentioned again. They stole money every month, every single month. And the regulator knew. They were insolvent every single month, and the regulator knew it. They never contacted the insolvency services. I think they waited like 19 months, and this is after the firm blew up before they even contacted the insolvency services. They never had any more contact with me after I made my Principle 11 disclosure, after I met with them in March of 2011. That was it. I never heard another word. They never came back to me to get my side of the story on anything, whether it was information that they were receiving from the perpetrators, which I saw years later what was actually going on, and it's amazing. And they started to play this blame game where it's the IFAs, they were mis-selling, and we're not sure about our regulatory perimeter. Patellis could have gone to the police. We don't know why he didn't do it. We didn't tell him not to. And they just deflected everything on to other people without ever taking any responsibility. Not one time. I mean, throughout this whole ordeal, they've not one time have they taken any responsibility for what they did or what they didn't do. And the simple things, they would see articles, and they do have people within the FCA that monitor the financial press. They know what's going on. And they would read the articles that were in the press that Toyota would put out or the fund would put out that had this just everything's fantastic and we're doing all this. They knew that was false, but they did nothing to stop that. And that just proved they weren't taking any action about it. And I didn't know at the time, but again, over the years, like information I've received from a variety of sources showed really the depths of what they did or didn't do. So, for example, the reports that the accounting firm would submit to the FCA on a monthly basis as to what was going on at Toyota, which had financials and everything. It's just a full account of what happened in that month. The regulator knew that the accounting firm wasn't validating any of the numbers. So if the people that the regulator knew were stealing money said that this is how much business we're going to do, this is how much this is worth, and this and that, the accounting firm never validated a single number. So they were just plugged in from what the perpetrators said they were, which were going to make their case look better. But not a single number was ever validated by the accounting firm, and then not a single number was ever validated by the FCA. And these are kind of basic things that it could have been a property that the Toyota had possession of because of a default or a repossession, that Toyota would have said, we own this property and it's worth £2 million, when the reality, it was worth like £50,000. I mean, all somebody needed to do was go online and go to Rightmove or one of those sort of things to get an idea of what it was worth. No one ever thought to let's get a RIC surveyor out there and see what this thing is really worth. Not once. They would say that some of these properties were unencumbered. Well, they weren't. There were multiple charges registered on these accounts. Not a single number was ever verified. So another thing that I discovered that was really difficult to come to terms with was that sometime in 2016, so this would have been after the FCA's response to my complaint, and then prior to the complaints commissioner ruling on my complaint to him. The FCA conducted an internal review of like what happened, what we could have done better, and into the collapse of all of this. And through a Freedom of Information Act request, somebody was able to get this report that was, probably, I don't know, 25%, maybe a little bit more redacted, but what wasn't redacted was pretty amazing to me. And just, I mentioned before that there's just a consistent and regular flow of new information, stuff that I didn't know about, for years. And this part that I'm going to talk about now, this is something that I only found out a couple months ago, and this is after the independent review. But within this document, the regulator acknowledges that they tipped off Toyota to my whistleblowing. So when I blew the whistle, they told the guys that were stealing the money that so they knew my name, which they wouldn't have been too difficult to figure that out. But more importantly, they told them the specific allegations that I made, that this is how they're doing it, and all of it. Which, I mean, that on its own is amazing that they would do that, that they would tip them off. But what it also shows is that it gave the perpetrators time to concoct a story and to hide things and cover things up that were ultimately believed by the regulator. It also gave them time to do exactly what they did and blame me for a lot of this stuff. And I don't spend a lot of time talking about this, but I received a few death threats right after after I met with them with the FCA, and that might explain how some of this happened. So the people who were taking the money, and remember all the red flags that we talked about. So this wasn't some pristine business that had never had any issues. They had plenty of issues. They told these guys what my allegations were. So I don't, like I said, that was, I've only known this for a couple months, and I couldn't believe that. But again, when you find when things like this happen, and again, it happens all the time, whether it's through a Freedom of Information, whether DSAR, it's a constant education for what things that have happened, but these are also things that were never mentioned by the regulator, nor were they mentioned in the independent report. The report sort of goes in. This is the independent investigators report would have been heavily directed by the FCA, and that it never verified anything. So what was in that report followed the exact sort of path of what the regulator did, just never verifying anything and kind of keeping things at just very general, as opposed to getting into the detail. For example, as opposed to getting into the detail of they made up a loan, a fictitious person, and they pilfered £1 million out of that. It was kind of tucked under this umbrella that the regulator didn't really understand the mechanics of the fund. Well, okay, but they were stealing money, and that was something that, again, they just never really got their arms around.
It's now question 12. To what extent did the FCA act promptly and effectively to investigate your allegations?
Well, they certainly didn't act promptly or indeed ever. I mean, they didn't investigate the allegations. I made my Principle 11 notification in January of 2011. 2 months went by before I even met with them. That was it. That was the last time I spoke with them until years later when I filed my complaint. And the fact that the fraud continued for a further 17 months after I blew the whistle, I think pretty well demonstrates that they didn't do anything. And again, as I mentioned, the independent review found that the FCA never even looked at my evidence, despite saying multiple times in public Parliament that they looked at it, but it didn't show any evidence of fraud.
Question 13. Thereafter, as far as you know, what did the FCA do to prevent the alleged misconduct from continuing?
Well, they did nothing to prevent it. In fact, their actions escalated the fraud. I believe they were complicit in the losses that were suffered by the investors of the fund, as well as some of the banks that were involved. Whether it's complicity through their gullibility, their toothless threats that they would make on a monthly basis when they would receive this pretty damning information from the accountants based on what they had seen at Toyota, but also regular correspondence with Toyota on a monthly basis, asking to explain certain things, and just some of the excuses and logic that were behind what was being said was just, it was insane. So they didn't do anything, and they also, and this is a pretty important distinction, what the FCA's concern was what was happening with the regulated loans on Toyota's books. That was what was of primary concern. And when you hear the regulator discuss about not being sure of their regulatory perimeter, this is the sort of stuff that this is where it all comes together. And I don't remember who said this, but I read not so long ago that whenever the regulator says this thing about not being sure about their regulatory perimeter, it's kind of code for, if it's not regulated, we don't care about it. And I think this is a good example of that, because this, I mentioned to you earlier about how these loans would redeem, and the instrument that releases the charge from land registry is called a DS1. So you need to have money that comes in, so those loans can be released. The charge can be released. And what I found through the information that I have, again, I didn't know this at the time, but this is things that I found out over the years. But what I have evidence of is that the regulator had Toyota prioritize the redeemed loans that hadn't had their DS1s sent in and released. So what does that mean? So what that means is that you kind of have this list of all these accounts that have redeemed their mortgage, but they haven't been released. So for me to, and again, here's the sort of Ponzi scheme in action. So if the top one on the list which is the loan that has redeemed the furthest away from the current day, that's number one. So when there's funds that are going to come in, that's the one that needs to be redeemed. So and the money come in, and then the DS1 is released. So instead of kind of following that, which is what they were told to do initially, when money would come in, they wanted the regulated loans to take priority. So let's release the DS1s on the regulated loans. So there's no issues with regulated loans, which are the loans that obviously they're responsible for. So that's bad enough on its own. But here's the other issue with it. By doing that, you know that you're taking money that belongs to this person and you're using it for something else. So you're directing this fraud in real time, because you want these loans to be redeemed. You want the loans that you're responsible for regulating to be pristine. They're done. There's no issues with the regulated loans. You know, our regulatory perimeter, you know, what's happening on the unregulated side, you know, that's not, that's nothing to do with us. So that's the issue. So you would have whether it was an investor that was putting new money into the fund, or whether it was, Mr. Smith who redeemed his loan, his redemption money is going to satisfy a loan from that's regulated and not his own loan. There were some regulated loans that were funded by other parties. So it could have been through one of Toyota's banking lines, bank funding lines. So you'd have a loan that came in that was to redeem a borrower that was funded through the fund. I know this gets complicated. Sometimes I get twisted even saying it myself, but so a loan that was funded by the fund redeems, and it doesn't even redeem a loan within the fund. So it's not even staying within the same structure. It's coming out of that structure and it's redeeming a loan with a bank. So and they knew this. This is kind of going on in real time. There's emails that they were sort of pushing Toyota to try to sell their regulated loan book. Just get rid of the stuff. Like, that's all they cared about. And it's just a clear, just dereliction of their duties. They know that money's coming in, and they're telling these guys what to do with it, instead of just saying, look, this is what we need to do. And listen, this also ignores the fact that none of this stuff should have been done anyway. It should have been stopped, and they shouldn't have been allowed to do this, but they let it continue. So there's just no doubt about that. That's what happened. They didn't care about why anything else other than the regulated loans. And when, for example, when they wanted Toyota to sell their regulated loan book, the reasons that Toyota came up with for not wanting to do that should have been more warnings to them that there were other problems, because it just, if it's not an issue. Loan trades are done, daily. So that's what was happening. There were, I get to some of the specifics. So from the time that I blew the whistle, the amount of money that just was on this DS1 issue, from the time I blew the whistle until the time the business blew up, that number increased by 14.6 million pounds. But that's money that was stolen from investors after I blew the whistle, while the accounting firm was on site, and while the FCA was receiving these reports on a monthly basis that mentioned that this was going on. The amount of money that was stolen from that process where I mentioned earlier, where they would have like a fictitious loan or a loan that didn't ultimately fund, that increased by almost 700,000 pounds. I mentioned this earlier that every single month, and I mean every month, Toyota and its subsidiaries were cash flow and balance sheet insolvent. Every month they were in breach of their capital adequacy requirements, and the regulator knew this. The regulator, I mentioned this earlier again, was somehow came up with this number that they believe that the regulated loan book was 5%, which again doesn't matter. I mean, they still should have done the right thing, but if you buy that excuse that they shouldn't have done that much because it was only 5%, that was even wrong. It was about 22.37%, which I gave evidence of, and nobody's ever said, well, you were wrong. They just don't acknowledge it. When a business is regulated, and this is the case with Toyota, and it's been the case other places in the market, certainly other places where I've worked, and just how things are done. There's an entity within the corporate structure that is the regulated entity that can grant regulated mortgages. So if you have you have the PLC is here, and you've got business A, business B, business C, you know, it's likely that only one of the three are going to be regulated, and that's the only that's the only company within the corporate structure that can grant regulated loans, which that was the case with Toyota. But Toyota was granting regulated loans from unregulated entities, and the regulator knew that was taking place. So they were allowing Toyota to process they were allowing Toyota to process regulated business through unregulated entities. They knew that. The regulator allowed multiple breaches of the covenants within the information memorandum. For example, within the information memorandum, there will be certain covenants, restricted covenants that say things like the maximum loan to value of any loan is 75%, it's 80%. No loans to offshore companies, no connected transactions. You can't make a loan to your brother, or it goes on and on. The regulator knew and saw in real time that Toyota was breaching these conditions. They allowed loans to offshore companies that turned out that in this one example, the offshore company that was the benefactor of this loan was owned by the guys that were stealing the money, and it was offshore based in Cyprus. They knew and allowed connected transactions between the perpetrators, relatives, employees, friends, all of it. This was all happening in real time. And right before I left the business, a new fund, same sort of structure as the first fund, was launched. The first one is Series 1, this is Series 2, and it was a little bit more, it was going to be a bigger fund. And this fund also, like every sort of funding structure, would have restricted covenants. So you can't do this, you can't do that. And this one, there was Second charges were prohibited, and a few other things. Second charges were being granted through this to the tune of sort of 9 million pounds. The Series 2 fund, 4 months after it launched, had a 1.2 million pound shortfall. So they've seen all of this stuff happen with Series 1. They've got all these problems, and the new fund is launched. 4 months after it's launched, there's a 1.2 million pound shortfall. And what was happening, I think, I don't have the information to back this up, but it has to be, because there's no other way that Series 2 could have that shortfall. They were probably drawing down funds on Series 2 and then using that to redeem loans from Series 1, most likely the regulated loans. I don't have the evidence to show that, but how could a 4 months after launch, can there be a 1.2 million pound shortfall? The loans wouldn't have even redeemed by then. They're new loans. They haven't run their course yet. So that happened. So there were things that they saw in real time. And then again, as things started to come to light that this wasn't going to go away. So this is certainly after things blew up, that in the pressure, again, from whether it was from MPs or wherever it came from, they just kind of embarked on this whole campaign of blaming other people, but also just claiming things that were just simply not true. So for example, this was something that I initially saw from a letter that was sent to me from someone who wrote to the Treasury. And it basically said that, kind of talk what was going on with the fund and what happened. And this letter was from, I can't think of his name, but someone at the Treasury, senior person at the Treasury, that was writing to an MP who had written to him on behalf of a constituent. So what it said was that the FCA were kind of surprised, and they were first made aware of a shortfall in the fund in March of 2012. Well, that's just not true. I told them it was 20 million in January of 2011, and they're seeing this every single month, but they publicly went out and said that. In fact, this is a point, I didn't mention it earlier, but this was a point that the complaints commissioner, in his final report into my complaint, said he didn't believe them. That's not true. I told them, and they knew. They saw it every month. So these are the sort of things that they started to do. There was a massive, highly significant conflict of interest within the regulator. There were two employees who had previous ties to someone at the fund and someone at Toyota. The person at Toyota was the compliance officer that they finally, the conflict that I mentioned before, there was a compliance officer in place. So this person had a conflict with the one of the supervisors of Toyota after I blew the whistle. So these are the guys, this person and another person, she had a conflict with the person that had previously had the dual role of Toyota's compliance officer and chairman of the fund. And it was crystal clear. So they disputed that, and somehow the independent reviewer came to a conclusion that there was no conflict. It's hard to believe what logic he used to reach that conclusion. So for example, in August of 2011, so this is while the business is still trading, they're still stealing money, and this is 5-6 months after I met with the FCA in person, this person at the FCA, who is one of the key supervisors of Toyota now that they're in distress, says to the person he had a conflict with at Toyota, who used to be his boss. So the guy at Toyota was the boss of the guy at the FCA. And I mentioned previously that one of the selling points of this fund was that there was this guarantee in place that you can't lose your money because any losses are going to be backed by the business. So in August of 2011, the supervisor of the FCA, who's looking after Toyota, emails his former boss and says that Toyota needs to distance themselves from the guarantee. They don't have the capital to cover it, and that they need to step away from it. They can't support it. It's not practical. They don't have the money. But he doesn't do anything in the market to stop people from putting their money into this fund. And a large amount of the funds that are coming in would be based on this guarantee. Like our money's guaranteed. Well, here's a senior guy at the FCA telling get away, you can't honor this guarantee. You got to distance yourselves from it. So they know in August of 2011, there's no way they can honor this, but yet they don't do anything to stop it. There were a couple things that the regulator did that they sort of thought was proactive, but really it wasn't. So one of the things was that not too long after I blew the whistle, they published a notice on their website that just to see this notice, you needed to click like 6 times from the main menu, from the main screen. And basically what it said was that Toyota was no longer going to be authorized to grant regulated mortgages, which is a big thing. So if you read that in the financial press, you don't revoke someone's permissions unless they've done something wrong, right? So they just kind of buried it on their website in the hope that maybe somebody would see that, which obviously didn't happen. And it's especially egregious considering what they knew at the time, right? They knew they had all the stuff from me. They were getting these reports from BDO that they knew what was going on. And just before that, they also released something that said that it's not this investment in the information memorandum, the fund purported to be as safe as a bank account. And the regulator's announcement was, we don't think it is as safe as a bank account, which, yeah, it's not as safe as a bank account. Also buried on the web, on their web page, however many clicks to get there. But if you think about what they knew at the time, to say that it's not as safe as a bank account when you know that millions of pounds are being stolen, and all these other things that are going on, it's highly disingenuous to just say that it's not as safe as a bank account. And then in June of 2012, so this is 17 months after they knew that the Toyota was stealing redemption money, and months after the businesses were bust, the fund had blown up, Toyota had blown up. So 17 months later, they added they buried a permission. Again, it was on their website. It wasn't anything that was public, but this is 17 months after they knew this, that they added a condition that when Toyota received redemption money on a loan, they had to give it back to the lender, or to the funder, whoever's money it was, they had to give it back 17 months after they first knew that this was going on. So why they would have done it then, who knows? But again, they've kind of they've used that as an example of something proactive that they've done. Well, the fund was suspended, it was shut down, but 17 months after the fact is when they added that. There was one particular fraud that was perpetrated by an individual and some of his associates that was around 24 million pounds. At no point did the FCA ever acknowledge that. At no point did the accountants ever acknowledge that. At no point did the independent review ever acknowledge that. One individual and his sort of group of associates, 24 million pounds that that he took, that he got from Toyota. I don't know whether there was any kind of agreement between the two, but this guy, 24 million pounds, never paid 1 penny back. That was never mentioned. They failed to mention that. The business Toyota, from an insolvent company and an insolvent subsidiary company of theirs, in August of 2011. This is at a time when at least 28 million pounds was owed to the fund for money that they had taken. They paid a 940,000 pound dividend. The FCA knew about it. The accountants knew about it, but yet they were allowed to pay a 940,000 pound dividend from an insolvent company at the time that they owed 28 million to the fund, at least 28 million. I mentioned the connected transactions. Those connected transactions that they allowed to go ahead was around 12 million pounds. I think that probably one of the most surprising things that I've found over the past few years with this is the excuses that the FCA accepted from these guys, and just the gullibility is just staggering. And they were given, and many times when they might question Toyota on something, and then the response that Toyota gave, it was just like a nonsense. It didn't mean anything, but yet they would accept it. So, for example, every single month, they never hit a deadline. So if they were supposed to turn in their projections by such and such a date, it never happened. The regulator would write back and say, we have the power we can do this, we can do that, but obviously that they never did. But they would use these excuses, like they would say, we understand that redeemed money that was paid for redemption didn't go back to the fund in the amount of 1.6 million pounds. And so when they would question Toyota on that, Toyota would come back and say, oh, it's a timing issue, or it's a paper exercise, just stuff that doesn't really mean anything. But these guys, the FCA would accept that, and there was never any kind of follow up to that. The projection, so there would have been a business plan that was, this is how we're going to trade out of this. So we might have 20 properties that are worth 20 million, and we're going to sell those, and we're going to cut this down. Those properties were never independently valued. I mentioned that earlier. But even when a property would sell, they might have said that and the projections that property was worth £5 million, and then it would sell for like 400. That was never anything that triggered something within the regulator to say, what, something's not, how can you be off that much? And, these were things that happened month after month after month. And the lies that they accepted about me, I mean, I could spend, and we'll probably talk about it a little bit later, but the things that these guys said to the regulator about me, that I've got the emails, I have them, were unbelievable. But there was never any pushback on any of it. Not a single time. But they knew the stuff wasn't true. They knew what I did. And they knew that these guys were still stealing money every single month. They weren't doing a single thing the way that they should be doing it, but yet they kind of accepted their word against mine. I think the fact that they refused to, classify me as a whistleblower is pretty significant. And this is despite the fact, Andy, that multiple times in the press, at Parliament, that's what they refer to me as. They referred to me as a whistleblower, but yet they didn't kind of classify me as such. So I didn't get the necessary protections and that kind of go along with that. So it's just kind of a weird thing. And that was one of the things that I keep asking them. Can you just, was I or wasn't I? Just tell me, what it was. And I think when you look at I mentioned how what was happening with the business, that they were continuing to take the money and do things with the money that the FCA were kind of, they were seeing this. So, as an example, I mentioned the dividend. In May of 2012, the business made a £5.8 million loan to the one of the perpetrators' brothers, who happened to also work at Toyota. So this would have been a guy that would have been not on a fantastic salary, but yet he has a £5.8 million loan, and the regulator knew about that. There were in March of 2012, one of the guys invoiced Toyota for his a 42,000 pound. Sorry, he invoiced the business for 42,000 pounds to pay his credit card, to pay his mortgage. They wrote off a 300,000 pound EFR pension contribution from. He was supposed to pay, the guy was supposed to pay this back, and they didn't. They waived it, and the logic behind it was that he didn't receive a salary in that year, which was false. They had the information. He received, almost 700,000 pounds a salary on top of a 300,000 pound EFR. So, but they didn't check any of this stuff. So yeah, for that year, it's like 752,000 pounds that he got. They waived it. They just sort of wiped it away. I think it's just a combination of all of it, really. I mean, if you look at the picture, that the stuff was going on every month in real time. They were getting these just ridiculous excuses. They just never did anything. And again, once it kind of blew up, then they just started to blame other people, whether it was the IFAs or me for not doing more than I could have done. That's just kind of how they did it. But then one of the, and this is also, I think, something that's pretty significant. One of the really, really big lies that the regulator just accepted with just absolutely no verification, validation, was that Toyota was on a monthly basis from almost from the very beginning, from the right after I blew the whistle, was that Toyota was in advanced stages of negotiations for new funding from other banks and different funds, and just different things. So, and that it was a matter of time and this and that, and the railroad kind of went along with that. But if you think about it, you have a business here that is insolvent. They're stealing money. They're in breach of every threshold condition. They're filing false MLAR reports. At the time, over 50% of their loan book was in default. They're running a Ponzi scheme. There's all this stuff in the press about me leaving and all these other people. What's going on over there? That the regulator thinks these guys could get new funding. Who is going to give them a penny? And if they did, would the regulator have some obligation to say, like, if they con these new funders the way that they con the regulator, wouldn't the regulator have some sort of duty to say, these guys aren't who you think they are, like or they would just sit back and let this new funder come in and put money out there and let these guys just steal it. This just kept buying them time and buying them time and buying them time. And it's just, one of the funds that they mentioned most often that they were going to, they've got the funding was imminent. It was a shell company. There was nothing to it. I mean, it's not difficult to, type the information in or say to Toyota, we need to see a letter of intent. Show us a letter of intent, letter of engagement. Let me see the terms. Let me see something. Don't just accept what these guys are saying. You've had over a year of listening to this stuff and allowing them to continue to do this, but they didn't do anything. There was always, there's always something in the press. I mean, there was one point where it was like something from a comedy where Toyota was running some kind of promotion where they were giving away a car. Like, I don't know if it was to a broker or something, whoever did the most business, or if it was just a raffle or something, but they gave away a car, and a couple months later the car was repossessed. So this guy's won this car, and then they come up and whoever ends up taking the car. So I think there just were so many things that were going on that it's just impossible not to connect the dots. It's just from the multiple issues and the multiple people that were involved. I mean, I've got emails and other evidence from the top all the way to the bottom. I think one of the papers that I had to submit, I personally had spoken to, I think it was like 18 people at the FCA. And I had emails from another like 14. So that's just me that I know of. So you got over 30 people there, and it's just not possible that none of them knew what was going on. It's just not, it's not possible. I think also that I mentioned earlier the result. One of the results of the complaints commissioner's findings was that there's this independent review that was going to take place. And it took a long time. I mean, it took I guess 4 years, almost 5 years. Part of that was COVID related, that things couldn't proceed as I think they would have liked, but nevertheless, it was published in December 2020. And it was just it was a complete whitewash. I mean, it wasn't independent. And it was full of just a lot of like qualified language and where things would be in there that he would say that, for example, I purportedly had a letter from the perpetrators that I'm like, no, it's not purported. I did, and the whole thing is full of that. He was very almost I think I said that he was like the chief apologist for the FCA, that everything they did was really well intentioned, and they had these really complex, difficult, demanding things to deal with. And it's just, it was nonsense that that all that could have possibly been true. They may be complex, maybe difficult. It's their job. I mean, it's not, that's what they get paid for. And to say that what they did, and I think his exact words were, at all times, at all levels, they were always well-intentioned. Well, is it well-intentioned to say my evidence didn't show anything when you never looked at it? How is that well-intentioned? I mean, is it well-intentioned to blame IFAs for the losses when that has nothing to do with it? I've got a whole list of these things, but it was just a complete cover. It was a Ponzi scheme. I mean, they're stealing money, and that's what it was. So like as I mentioned, I went through the different people that I spoke to at the FCA. I can't remember the number of CEOs that have been there since this happened, but all of them have discussed it. There have been, APPGs that I've been part of that have kind of gone through it. Internally, they prior to things blowing up, the regulator informed their general counsel. Nothing happened there. They didn't seem to be too interested in it. And it was interesting that, given everything that I've said, and these are all things that the regulator knew. I mean, they knew this stuff. That the number of times that I've seen in emails and also in the independent review, that the times that it was escalated, the decision was always, this isn't that big a deal. Like, they haven't done anything that bad, and it's like, they're stealing money. Like, I don't know what more do you need? What's worse than that? It's happening. It was 20 million in the hole in January. It's 23 in March. It's 26 in I don't really know what you need to do. I mean, they just didn't do anything. So yeah, long answer to that question, Andy, but that's kind of where it is.
George, thank you again. Question number 14. In your opinion, to what extent did the FCA act promptly and effectively to prevent the alleged misconduct from continuing?
Well, again, I mean, they did nothing. They had everything they needed to act effectively, but they simply didn't do it. Whether it was burying information that really would have been useful for people. If you were an investor in the fund already, or you were an investor that was considering investing in the fund, and you saw something from the regulator saying that they've revoked this company's regulated permissions and that it's not as safe as a bank account, pretty unlikely to put your money in, right? But they just, they sort of buried that, and they just never took any meaningful action. They did absolutely nothing. The only thing that of any significance, and it really wasn't of any significance because of something else that the regulator did when they revoked Toyota's permission to grant regulated mortgages contracts. I mentioned this wasn't public, it was just buried. And but even worse than that was Toyota then went on this campaign where they said, we've decided that we want to focus on unregulated business and get back to our roots. And so they really put this positive spin on it, that like, this is a business decision. And the regulator didn't do it. Like, they let them say that, knowing that wasn't true. And that would have been perceived in the market as, yeah, well, that makes sense. I mean, you know, focus on that, and in line, if you think of that, and then you kind of expand the net a little bit, the stuff that they were saying about me, and so they're kind of painting this rosy picture of the market, which is just kind of fueling new investment into the fund, and which the FCA knew was all bullshit. Like, they knew that wasn't true, but yet they didn't do anything to stop them. So that was the only thing that they did in this entire ordeal that was in any way, shape, or form a change to what Taita had done previously. That was it. And it was like, they must have been thinking, this is it, like all this stuff that's going on, and they don't want us to do regulated loans anymore. Fantastic, we won't do regulated loans anymore. But that was it. There was nothing else. Anything else that came after would have been after, but who cares? I mean, it was after the business was already gone. So you know, they didn't do that. You know, I mentioned they published the kind of warning about about the fund not being as safe as a bank account, and this additional guarantee. So let me just read. This is what was in the regulator's notice with respect to the guarantee that again, the investors relied on this guarantee before they put their money in the fund. So it says Connet, this is the fund was Connet Guaranteed Income Fund Series 1. Connet also offers an additional guarantee on the income within the funds. But it is unclear if investors would be able to understand what the guarantee is. So that's how they address the fact that the guarantee, the company that was behind the guarantee was insolvent. That's how they addressed the fact that the company that was behind the guarantee was stealing their money. So this is directed at the investors in the fund who would have already had their money stolen, like their money's gone already. And that's how they addressed the guarantee, that investors wouldn't understand it. That really? So again, think about what they knew and what they're saying, and in their mind, they've discharged their duties. We just, you know, that's, we said something, they wouldn't understand it. I mean, that's not only is that insulting to the investors that they wouldn't understand it, they understood it. Like if there's a loss, these guys are going to cover your losses. It's not difficult to understand. But clearly they knew much more than what they put in writing. You know, they wanted to go back. I mentioned the thing with the regulated mortgages. You know, that was an opportunity. They didn't do that. And as I've said, over the course of this whole ordeal, whether it was, you know, while Taita was still trading, you know, from the time I went in and until the time they blew up, and then from the time they blew up to the storm that came and everything that entailed, at no point have they ever done the right thing. Not once. Not one time have they ever done the right thing. And whether it was something stupid, just what was important, like with the complaints commissioner ruling, what was really important to me at the time was just say you're sorry, just apologize, and that way I can at least try to move on with things. I mean, I couldn't even do that. I mean, you know, this is the complaints commissioner who is saying this is what needs to be done, and you just ignore them, like you don't do it. And your reason for not doing that, what they said to me was, you know, we've just never done that before. Well, do it now. I mean, it's those sort of things, but there's just never been, not one time have they ever done the right thing. So yeah, I think that's probably enough for that question.
Again, thank you very much, George, for going through all of this. Question number 15 for you, George. If you suffered detriment or loss of job, what was the impact on your personal income in each of the 3 years after you blew the whistle compared to your income in the 3 years prior to your dismissal?
Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised. Like this, these are always the difficult things to talk about with this, because it's I've said this many times before, but the blast radius on a whistleblower is wide. I mean, it's not, nothing's contained with this. It affects everything. And so, yeah, I mean, look, at the time I was 46. I just turned 46, and either in or about to enter my peak earning years. I had done pretty well the years leading up to that from previous jobs that I had. I was part of an MBO that successfully exited. I had money in the bank. I had some equity in a decent amount of equity in my house, and my investments were pretty good. They were starting to make their way back after the financial crisis. We were comfortable. I mean, we weren't, we weren't, had money to burn, but we were comfortable, and it was as a result of a lot of hard work. My background, was the most unlikely person to ever end up working in London in finance. But so I think a lot of that had a lot to play with certain things that I did after the fact. But at the time I had a compensation package that was commensurate with my experience, what I had done, and what needed to be done. So we were comfortable, and after that the 3 years and then the, what is it now, almost the 8 years since, has never been the same. I mean, I think the first couple of years I didn't even really work. I mean, I couldn't, nobody would take me on, but also I'm not sure I could have. I mean, I was just in such a, I wasn't in the right frame of mind that I would have been effective in any kind of role that had, a level of responsibility. I had to, when that job stopped, I mean, I mentioned earlier, I'm American, you can tell from the accent, despite how long I've been here. But my visa was tied to that job. So once I was gone, once I was no longer working there, I had to leave the country. I hadn't worked in the States in a while. I mean, at that point, I'd been in the UK for 15 years. And so I didn't have a lot of experience there. And I think if you, in today's world, you stick someone's name into Google and the stuff that comes up, I mean, my name goes into Google, that's going to come up. And there were a couple opportunities I had a bit later to where I thought that things were going to kind of go my way, and they didn't. And I was told why. Like, look, until this is resolved, like, because again, everything that I said that happened, in their minds, and I don't blame them. I would have probably been the same way if somebody was telling me, is that if that really happened, I mean, they would be in jail, and this would be, I'm like, I know, I don't know why that hasn't happened. But nevertheless, it just didn't happen. So, because there was, I didn't have anything coming in, and there was still, you have your normal expenses that are going out. But I had more because I had lawyers, because every time there was something that was said about me in the press, like I felt, this was probably not the right decision, but I mean, it was what I felt I needed to do at the time, was I had to at least put a marker out there that wasn't true. Sometimes they would redact what was in the press. but I mean, at that point, it's too late, but it's already out there, but there would be a redaction. And other times there wouldn't be, but I always felt that if this ever got to the point where I had to sit in front of someone and say that, and they said, well, why didn't you do something about it? I could say, well, I did. Like my lawyer sent this. And so, and it's expensive. I mean, lawyers are expensive. And so I went through a lot of money there, and, you know, there came a point which would have been, I guess, a little over 2 years later that, you know, we had to sell our house. You know, we had to move in with some relatives. I had to sell like a lot of my investment portfolio, which was coming back, but it wasn't anywhere close to where it was before the financial crisis. And still, you know, struggling to work. So for me to get back into the UK, which is where the majority of my experience was, well, all of my experience the past 15 years, I needed to not only find a job, but have an employer who was prepared to go through the whole visa process, and which is a pain in the ass. And it was just challenging. So for those 3 years, certainly the first couple, really nothing. Then I was able to get a couple small like consulting advisory type things that I mean, it wasn't anywhere close to my previous level, but at least it was something coming in that you know, anything's going to help. But also, I was hoping that it would just kind of get me back in the game a little bit. And I guess to some extent it did, but certainly not to, you know, where I hoped it would lead. So yeah, that was, you know, that was difficult. And I finally, in around 2014, the end of 2014, I was able to get a position, but you know, it was about a third of what I made previously, and because it was you know, wasn't at the kind of level, the salary certainly wasn't at the level, but the position wasn't. So there were no other you know, benefits that came along, as far as I didn't have equity and you know, those sort of things. So and that's probably continued. I probably earned about a third maybe of what I did you know, before this happened. Yeah, so I mean, it's had a you know, it's had an impact on that. I mean, I certainly don't have what I had in the bank at the time. I don't have what I had in my investment accounts at the time. So it's you know, it affects literally everything, and I think it could have. I know it could have been prevented if the SAA just acted appropriately. You know, I wasn't looking for anything. I just wanted to do you know, carry out my responsibility, and the fact that the regulator didn't do anything with that is bad enough, but even worse when they started to kind of point the finger at me, like that's even worse. Like what do you, you know, that's what kind of just, you know, made things a lot worse. You know, but yeah, so that's kind of where things were.
Again, thank you very much, George. We're now at question number 16. In your opinion, George, how well or badly has the FCA treated you as a whistleblower? How well has it protected your privacy, ensured that your career was not adversely affected, and helped to safeguard your mental health?
Well, I mean, appallingly. I mean, I don't, and look, I don't say this lightly. I mean, they have not, at no point have they ever done the right thing. Never. They tipped off the fraudsters that I blew the whistle on them and told them what I said they were doing. That was enough. I mean, that publicly outed me. They attempted to blame me for their failure for not going to the police when they had crystal clear evidence of criminality. They have effectively said I could have done more when I believe that I had discharged my duties as the chief exec, as a director, as an approved person, and as a morally decent person. You know, that a lot of times gets lost in the shuffle. But I mean, just do the right thing. You know, they weren't aware if I went to the police or not. Well, you didn't tell me to go to the police, but you probably were aware, because if I had gone to the police, something would have happened. And it didn't. You know, they didn't call me as a whistleblower. They said I was a senior employee who's provided information. They wouldn't apologize to me. You know, they put that meaningless statement out that, you know, you needed a diagram to figure out, you know, who was who. And they ultimately investigated Capita. When Capita, I mentioned earlier that Capita were the original operator of the fund. And Capita found out a lot of the stuff that I did, but they didn't do anything about it. They resigned, and then they just handed it off to another operator and didn't tell them. So the regulator investigated them, and they came up with, I think they call it a final notice, but the crux of this final notice was that Capita did all these things wrong, and they need to put X amount of money. I think it was 66 million. And this was on top of some that they had already paid that would go to investors, which was, look, that was great. I mean, I was absolutely thrilled that investors were going to get their money back. They didn't get all their money back, but they got money back, and that was always something that was really important to me. But the report itself, how the final notice, how the FCA justified coming up with this figure, it could have been copied word from what I reported and gave them evidence on. I mean, it was the very things that they did wrong times 10. That's what they used to hit Capita with this 66 million plus. I don't think they call it a fine. I don't remember what they called it, but when I gave it to them, it's the very same things that's what they said didn't prove anything, but yet they used that to justify, what they hit Capita with. Interestingly, Capita got 6 months later a contract from I think it was Financial Services Compensation Scheme for roughly the same amount of the fine or penalty or whatever it had to be. But I think the damage to my reputation, my financial situation, and just I don't know, as a person, just like being so absorbed. I mean, I was on, and maybe to some extent I still am on, a crusade. Like this can't be the way that this goes. Like they have to be held accountable. It's affected my whole family. My kids would get contacted on social media, about me from, have your dad call or do this and do that. And my daughter, somehow they got a hold of her cell phone. She's at school, she's getting phone calls, and it's like, what's like, I mentioned before, like the death threats and like these are the sort of things that you, like I'm the guy that did the right thing here. And I know I knew then and I know now that had the regulator just do your job, like that wouldn't have happened. I might have had the, different things from, other people, but because of the regulator doing nothing, it was an accelerant. I mean, it just allowed the stuff to continue. My kids, my wife had to, we were asking questions and from her friends, and it was embarrassing. It was just, and you try to say that, no, this is what happened, and what their response is exactly what my response would have been. Well, if that was true, like, we'd be reading about it, like there'd be something out there, and these guys would be in jail, but they're not. So that was really difficult, and I had to seek help. I saw a doctor, and I was on medication. I've seen therapists, counseling. I still see a counselor, therapist, and we're coming up on the 11-year anniversary of this happening. It affected my marriage. My wife and I separated after 30 years of marriage. I remember what's happened to me. Like, things were like pretty good, and here I am, and fortunately, my wife and I eventually went to marriage counseling, and things are back on track. But I mentioned earlier about my sort of path to talking to you today. My wife and I were at university and dating, and she got pregnant. We got married. We had a kid. We were really young. I was working in a car wash, and somehow I got a position in an investment bank training program, and here I am. So I'm like the most unlikely guy. We worked hard, and to have had that all taken away from me for doing the right thing, that I just wasn't. I wasn't going to let that happen, but it has, and so I think that's part of the reason that I've persevered. I don't know if that's the right word, but that's certainly why I've stuck with this, and why even now, as I said, almost 11 years after the publication of the independent review, there's nothing has really been addressed with this. Nothing. The regulator has admitted nothing, and the independent review, all 150 pages of it doesn't say anything. I mean, it does not say anything. There's a couple things where they're critical, but anytime that it's critical, he gives them an excuse as to why they did what they did, because it was complex, or they had good intentions. But anyway, that has been that's been a big reason for me, I think, because I'm just, as I said, I'm one of the most unlikely people you could ever be talking to today. They publicly lied about evidence that I gave. I mean, publicly lied about that. How that couldn't come back at me, like, because I'm telling people this is what I gave them, and they're saying, well, the regulator's saying this, that it didn't, so there's nothing I can do about that. And they kind of continue that to this day. And the independent review didn't really address that, which is again, when I met with him, he interviewed me months prior to the report. There were a few things that were really important to me as part of what he was doing. Like, look at what I gave them, and you tell me if that didn't show that there was fraud. Like, just tell me, maybe I'm crazy. Like, I think it does. I'm pretty sure everybody else thinks it does. Can you please tell me whether it does? Can you tell me if I'm a whistleblower? Was I a whistleblower? He didn't answer those, which were the main things that I wanted him to address. The stuff about going to the police. I mean, again, it's a similar thing. But that stuff, when you get things like that, it's like, you know, just getting punched in the face by Mike Tyson. Like these are things that if you've had like a good day or a good week or something, and then you see that, it just takes you right back. And then the calls from the journalists start. And the other interesting thing I always think is funny is like when they would have put that about me not going to the police, I probably got 20 LinkedIn requests that day. Like you get these crazy things, and it's like, I didn't want any of that stuff, especially when I was in the States, and with the time delay, you know, I'd wake up and I dreaded, like, you know, opening up my phone to see the emails that I had and the questions that people were going to ask. I mean, this is kind of like a, you know, an everyday thing, but you know, I think that they knew. I mean, this is not, and I think this gets lost in the shuffle a lot. Like everything kind of is the regulator, the FCA. These are people. Like these are guys like you and I sitting around a table making a decision on how they're going to handle something. So somebody made a decision to say, you know what, let's throw in that, like, because we should have gone to the police, but we didn't. But let's say we don't know if George did. And that way it kind of like, yeah, well, yeah, George probably should have gone. That's guys sitting around a table making that decision. That's not the FCA. That's a guy making that decision. And like that, it's wrong. Like that's not something that you can just kind of do and not have to deal with the repercussions of that, because it's a big deal. And I've always felt that at some point, I don't know when, but certainly at some point, they probably said, man, George was right, and we didn't do anything, you know, and look at what's happened since that time. And from that point, I think they just had to figure out how they were going to cover their ass, and that's what they've been doing. But, you know, I mentioned earlier about that internal report from that came about through a Freedom of Information Act request. Again, this is the exact wording from that. The FSA did not treat the former CEO as a whistleblower. By highlighting his concerns to Toyota, the FSA could have potentially compromised the CEO's position and employment. So they're admitting that they tipped them off. They told these guys what I said, and it could have potentially, like that is. I mean, what more do you need to know about what they did, right? Interestingly, none of this was in they've never mentioned any of this in anything published, nor was this critical point mentioned in the independent review. So, you know, they in that same report, the FSA could have responded to the whistleblowing intelligence in a more timely and efficient manner, minimizing the impact on the former CEO. So they're realizing what they've done and the cause that they've caused a lot of harm to me. But this is internal. They've never said any of this stuff publicly. There were concerns about the consistency of some of the decisions in the FSA's treatment of the intelligence provided by Toyota's former CEO. You know, but the impact on that is that it certainly affected and compromised my position. It affected my safety, my health, my employment. I mean, I could go on and on. Like that single act, which has never been mentioned by anyone. I'm the first person that has ever, well, somebody gave me the report, and this is, but nothing's been, you know, the independent reviewer, if he references this internal report that it was done, like that they went through this process, but he didn't mention that was in there. He didn't mention any of the other stuff, which is who cares if the report was, what did it say? Like, that's what we want to know. We don't want to know that it was that they did this investigation. Tell me what the conclusions were. So I think, just kind of sum it up, I think if they had acted quicker, it clearly would have minimized the impact. I mean, just anything. I think anything that they would have done, any proactive step that they could have taken, anything would have minimized it. Again, they did nothing. They have not done a single right thing throughout this whole process. Not one. Not from the day one. Not through the independent review or anything after the fact of that. I mean, we'll probably talk about it later, but there's other things that have happened since the publication of that report that like are as bad as what I just told you that I didn't know about until recently. So it's not something that there's always this stuff about, well, lessons learned and all this nonsense. They learn nothing. They just keep repeating the same shit over and over and over again. And they think that people are stupid, that we're going to buy what they're saying as to why this happened. Whether I mean, there's been 3 companies within the same sector that Toyota was in that have failed under their watch and did almost the exact same thing while they're being regulated by, I mean, you didn't learn anything. I mean, the exact same things were happening. So yeah, they could have done, they could have acted a lot quicker, and had they done that, then not only would the impact on me have been minimized dramatically, but a lot of people who lost a lot of money wouldn't have lost that money.
Again, thank you very much indeed, George. Thank you. Question number 17, George. If you have suffered financially or otherwise as a result of blowing the whistle, how effective has the FCA been in securing redress for you from the guilty parties?
Well, I mean, I have suffered financially, as I just went through, but they've not done anything. I mean, they have, well, let me back up. In my case, they're the guilty party. So they're, I may have uncovered this, the company that I was chief exec of, and they clearly were guilty of stealing money. But the company that has harmed me more was the FCA. They're the guilty party, not the guys. They're guilty for other reasons. They're not. There's nothing to go after for them. So they've done nothing. Again, they offered me 500 pounds ex gratia and 1,500 pounds ex gratia. Well, for me to take anything from them that's ex gratia won't happen, because that's just, we didn't do anything wrong. Here's also 500 and 1,500. That didn't even cover the cost of my flights and stuff to go over and meet with them when I came over to give the evidence. But no, they've done absolutely nothing. And what they did, getting involved with Capita. I think they wanted to be the white knight, and great, because the investors got a big chunk of their money back. So while I think their intentions were just to be the white knight. We've come in and look at what we've done. To me, they did that to kind of cover what they had done. But I don't care if the people got most of their money back. However they got it back is okay with me.
Thank you. And number 18, George, how effective has the FCA been in securing redress for the victims of alleged misconduct and in prosecuting or banning the perpetrators so they are unable to continue doing it?
Well, I just mentioned the investor. So again, despite my feelings for the regulator, and whatever their intentions, if they were self-serving, which I believe they were, doesn't matter in this case, because the people got a big chunk of their money back. And that was always really important to me, because even though I wasn't involved in what was going on, I was the chief exec of the business. So it was happening under my nose and I didn't know about it. I mean, I'll say that I was only in that chair for less than a year. So I hadn't been in the business for years, but still, like that bothered me. I had met a lot of the investors over the years, and they were just the things that they would say to me about my character and being a good person and stuff. I mean, those were the sort of things that the times that I'm like, I'm done. I'm not, you know, I couldn't really stop doing that, because I knew that a lot of what I was doing was important, was really critical to them getting their money back. I knew where the bodies were buried. Like I had all of that stuff. So anytime something would be, you know, kind of in the market or in the press, and I knew that it was bullshit, I'd call them out on it. So there was always something that I felt that I could do. So again, I was really happy that happened. They haven't been made whole, and I think they should be made whole. You know, we'll see what happens with that. But that's, I think there have been a couple other methods that other funds have come back in, but not from anything that the regulator's done. It's been more through the liquidators and the you know, the disposal of some assets and you know, those sort of things. But again, I'm happy that they did what they did to get the investors their money back. And if it had to be through Capita, and they had to effectively use my argument against them, against Capita, fantastic. The people got their money back, or most of their money back. But other than that, that's it. There hasn't really been you know, any other action that they've done. They certainly haven't done anything for me, and if they've done anything else, then I don't know about it.
Number 19, Georgia, what do you believe the FCA could have done better in relation to your whistleblowing case?
Well, again, I think, you know, I covered a lot of this, but, you know, one of the things that I've said this many times over the years. I've said this at Parliament. I've said this to Charles Randall. I've said this to anybody that will listen to me. And it just seems logical to me, but clearly it isn't, because I don't believe what I'm about to say is in place now. But if a chief exec blows the whistle on his own company, it should be DEFCON 5 at the FCA. I mean, every alarm and buzzer, everything should be going off. If you think about the risks and ramifications to a chief exec or a director, you know, you could even say if it's an approved person. I mean, whatever it needs to be, but there's a clear distinction between, or there should be a clear distinction between a chief exec and, you know, maybe a 17-year-old that's working in the mailroom. I mean, nothing against that person, but like, I realize what I'm doing. I've got the evidence, and I think more importantly is that if I was making all this stuff up, like I get a lot of trouble, I'm done. Like, you can be prosecuted for that. So for me to do that, or anyone at a senior level to go through that, knowing that, you know what, this could be a career-ending decision I'm about to make. For them not to take me more seriously, I don't. That's always just amazed me. I mean, I wasn't. You know, making anything up. I had a senior position. They could have checked my my history with them. There had never been any issues. I wasn't someone that was vexatious. I wasn't someone who they read about in the press saying like crazy stuff. I mean, I had low profile, and so yeah, that's probably the one thing that I think they could have done and should have done, and they should have something like that in place right now, but I don't believe that they do.
Thank you again, George. In general terms, this is question number 20, George. In general terms, what would you say about the FCA's effectiveness and timeliness in responding to your whistleblower situation?
Well, I mean, they didn't do anything. I mean, they did, and it's kind of hard to grasp this, but I mean, they literally did nothing. They didn't do anything. They changed the permission on regulated lending. They, which they didn't announce, they put out a notice about it's not as safe as a bank account. They said that the investors might not understand the guarantee. Now, those are all things that when you know what they knew at the time, it's just it's appalling. And when they're questioned on that, their response to why they did that, first of all, they think it's appropriate. They think what they did was okay. Like they've got this belief that if they post a notice somewhere on someone's page that someone may see, that they've done what they're supposed to do. Like that's it. Like they've done what they need to do. They've discharged their duties, and if the person doesn't see it, well, who knows. I asked them, do you ever check how many people click? Like you can check that stuff. How many people actually opened up that notice to look at it? I bet there wasn't 10. They might have looked at it after the fact. Who's going to randomly just decide to go on the FCA's webpage, click 6 or 7 times and find that? So, I think there's things like that. And then to use the excuse that our regulator, we're not sure about our regulatory perimeter, that a limited amount of their business was regulated. Just do the right thing. I mean, do something. Like they're stealing money, do something. So to use those excuses for their lack of, of doing anything, it's terrible. You wouldn't accept that from a child. If a child told you that, you'd send them to their room. I mean, you just wouldn't accept it. And but they expect to say that stuff, and everyone's going to say, oh yeah, okay. Like, what do you mean you don't? You're the regulator. You don't know your own perimeter? What's wrong? Like in this, I don't remember if we'll get into it, but just as another example, one of the things that they did from the time that I blew the whistle until the time that it blew up, they contacted the regulator in Jersey to get assistance. There's nothing to do. This wasn't an offshore fund. This was an onshore fund that had nothing to do with Jersey. They're like reaching out to Jersey to get assistance in this, and the regulator there was like, what are you talking about? That's nothing to do with us. Like that's kind of where we are with this stuff. So, you can say that that's good intention. Well, intent is complex. That's just read the documents. Like that's not complex. Just read it. You'll know that it's not an offshore fund. So, but again, like they kind of expect people to be, well, yeah, it's okay. Well, they thought it was an offshore fund, and no, like the expectations that people have on the job that they do and what they should be doing just needs to be higher. Like that's just unacceptable. Like that's not something that is your get out of jail card. Oh, well, we contacted Jersey, and like, well,
Thank you.
You screw it up. Like that's not. So yeah, they were anything but effective.
21. What are your thoughts on whether the FCA lacks the powers that it needs, or conversely, that it doesn't make good use of the powers that it already has?
Well, look, I'm not an expert on the whole, all the powers that they have. I mean, I can comment on what I know, the powers that they had that they could have exercised with respect to my case. And they didn't use them. And they don't ever seem to use them. I mean, just based on what I've read, and they have things that they can do. So for example, I mentioned that I could have gone in there, and I'm not a chartered accountant. I'm not, an expert on financial statements. But I could have shown them the cash flow. I could have shown them this is what's going on, and here's where you'll find it, and everything that they needed. Which obviously they never took me up on that. So I've told them this information. They're getting a completely different story from the thieves. That's just impossible. It's just a work of it's fantasy. The accountants are really they're saying what I said. Like they're backing up what I had claimed. But for whatever reason, they've got me saying this, and they've got the Titus saying another thing. Well, what do you do when something like you try to figure out what's going on? They had the ability to they could parachute an expert in. I don't remember what the terminology is, but they can say, we're going to take, we've got this expert accountant. We can put him in Tayuta for a week, two, whatever the case may be, and he can figure out what's going on, because George is saying this, these guys are saying that, BDO or all the accountants are all over the place. Let's find out what's going on. Let's send someone in to find out what's going on. Well, they didn't do that. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, the fact that they just don't understand their own regulatory perimeter. I mean, just kind of a staggering admission. It's your job. What do you mean you don't know what you're, but again, even if you don't know, just, do you have a moral compass, right? Do you just, can you do the right thing? I had said this, that, if, and this is the question that they should ask themselves. So when they were deciding on putting that notice on the website, about it not being as safe as a bank account, and the investors might not understand the guarantee. Ask yourself, if your parents had their life savings in that fund, would you think that would be sufficient for them? Or would you say to them, hey, you've got money in that fund, I know you do, you need to get on the phone tomorrow and you need to get every penny out, right? That's what you would do. You wouldn't just think that it was no big deal. You wouldn't think that somehow your parents would just decide to get on the FCA's website and stumble across that and start asking questions. No, you would call your parents, mom, dad, that fund that you put your life savings into, you need to get every penny out of it, and you need to get it out now. That's what you would do. And if the advice that you're putting out in the public domain is the same advice that you give to your parents, then it's not right. You could tone it down a little bit, but my God, they're stealing money, they're insolvent, and that's what you put. So, I mean, look, I think they have the powers. I mean, some of the powers, it's not even like parachuting an expert into the business. Just use some common sense. I mean, look at what what you're saying, like that's 10 times more valuable to them. Common sense. Just have some common sense. If you use that, follow whatever moral compass you have, you'll do the right thing. But yeah, so I don't know. And I've also said, if I, as a whistleblower or whatever, they think I am. If I switch positions with them, so I'm the chief executive of this business, I found out all of this stuff. What if I then came to the decision that, you know what, only 5% of their business is regulated, you know, and they're stealing a lot of money, but just such a small amount is regulated. I'm not gonna blow the whistle. I mean, I know they're stealing, it's like 20 million, it's innocent people's money, but it's only 5% that's regulated. What if I didn't do anything? What if I just did my own thing and I didn't report it? And then they found out, or anybody found out that I knew and I didn't do anything. Would people think I made the right decision because a limited amount of the business was regulated? They wouldn't give a shit. They'd say, like, you saw people stealing money, you didn't do anything about it. Like, what's wrong with you?
Right.
So, you know, I think there's things like that. You know, they again, I've seen this. They've kind of like a playbook that they use. They used it for me and plenty of other people. And one of the big ones that we talked about earlier was this whole thing that they're not the prosecutor of fraud, which, yeah, okay, fair enough. You're not the prosecutor of fraud, but when you know something, do something about it. Like that's, I mean, I don't know what you have to do. Like, what do you have to know that before you decide to do something? What more do you need to know before you say, well, we're not responsible for prosecuting these guys, but we know he is, so we better tell him, because I mean, this can't go on. They're stealing money every month. And yeah, again, I think you know, just a moderate amount of common sense would go a really long way for them.
Thank you again, George. Question number 22 for you. In general terms, how would you describe what it's been like dealing with the FCA?
Well, yeah, look, it's a frustrating, an unbelievably frustrating process. Whether it's the words that they use, whether it's just dealing with certain parts of a report. So, for example, when the complaints commissioner had his final ruling on my case, it was a 13-page document, and it was pretty critical of what they did. I mean, he didn't, you know, he didn't really cut him any slack. Like, he called him out on things that they did that were you know, would have been difficult for them. But so, and in their response, they didn't really mention anything. Their response was that, you know, we accept the findings. We could have, you know, done a better job. And like, that was it. Like, they didn't address like the key issues that were in there that needed to be addressed. And they do that, and they'll follow a script until you prove to them that is false. Then they just not adopt another one. They'll determine, they'll look at certain things that happened and just come up with the most extraordinary excuses for the reason that they did what they did, and they don't make any sense at all. But it's just, again, I think it's like dealing with it's just like dealing with a child. I mean, they only address part of the part of the answer they only address part of the question, and they have the excuses they use. They're so easy to prove that they're wrong, but yet they keep doing it. And so, it's one thing to lie, but if you're a bad liar, at least they're just too easy to to prove. But I mean, I think it's also, when you don't address what needs to be addressed, when you just are constantly deflecting, blame, responsibility for, somebody should have done this. It's an indicator that you're just a morally bankrupt organization, that you will not take responsibility for your actions, and that you will go to any length to cover your ass, and that you will point the finger at blame at other people, no matter what, and you'll stick to that no matter how unbelievably just impossible these excuses are, that you just think people are you're gonna believe that. That's the part, I think, Andy, that it is just so frustrating, whether it's an excuse for something that they did wrong, or it's an excuse, or some kind of insane justification for maybe giving an entity regulated status that had no business ever being a regulated entity. But the excuse that they would give for why they did it, it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. But they expect people to believe that. And I've used this analogy before, but a few years ago, there was this hurricane. It was coming to the States, and it was on this certain path, and Trump said it was going to hit, I think, Alabama, and the experts said, well, it wasn't going to hit Alabama. And he's like, oh yeah, it was. And so he comes out with this, I don't know if you remember, like Sharpie gate. So there's a map, and he's taken a Sharpie and he's just extended the cone. But he expects people to believe that that's legitimate. That's what happened. And it's like, the regular does the same thing. Like, you don't really think we're going to believe that. Like, one of the companies that failed recently, that was had been accused of mis-selling by the FCA, and were while they're in this 6-8 months, I don't remember the exact dates, after they were accused of mis-selling, and they're under some kind of a program to compensate the people that they had mis-sold to, the FCA gives them full authorization. They become fully authorized. And Andrew Bailey's asked about, how could you possibly authorize these guys? You just accuse them of mis-selling and they're paying fines. And his response was, well, we felt if we authorize them, we could keep a better eye on them. What? What are you talking about? Just don't authorize them. You don't have to keep an eye on them at all. But it's that kind of stuff that they expect you to believe. Like, we're not idiots. Like, what are you doing? So I think that it's those sort of things, and also, like Trump, like you're dealing with that, but then it's like a week later something else happens, and you've forgotten all about the other thing. I mean, they just keep like stacking up, and so yeah, I think that they just kind of they do that stuff. There was they had a warning out on this massive giant cryptocurrency scam that was going on. Did the right thing. They put a warning out that it's being investigated. And then after pressure from solicitors of this firm, they take the notice down. They just took it down for no reason whatsoever. They said it was on there long enough. How it's on there long enough for people that may have seen it before, great. What about the guy that's thinking whether he's going to put his money in there, right? They said they don't keep notices up there. There's examples of notices that are up there for decades, but yet they decided to take this one down. The excuses, they're limited in what they can do. It's different things with, they're not sure, like it's, it's a small firm and there's a light touch regulation. So I think that it just ends up becoming this, what have we used? What's the next thing that that we're going to come up with? How are we going to, cover this? Because what they don't do is ever admit what they did. When I had asked this would have been after, I guess, the complaints commissioner's report and the whole kind of whistleblower thing. I was corresponding with one of the senior guys at the FCA, and I'm like, can you please just tell me, am I a whistleblower? What am I? And so this is his actual response. We do not consider whistleblowers to be employees of a firm who are providing information as part of their job. This is considered an offer of information in accordance with our conduct rules that all regulated persons be open and cooperative, and senior managers disclose any information of which the FCA or the PRA would expect to receive. I mean, what is that? Like that, you know what I mean? Like that's part of your job, but again, I think if you're able to do this, again, no different than a child. If your kid keeps lying and there's no repercussions, he's going to keep doing it. Like you don't, and they don't have to answer to anybody. And that's, that's what happens. And he goes on to say that your disclosure was considered by the FSA supervisors to be an offer of information in accordance with the rules for approved persons. If this case were to have been referred to supervision to the whistleblowing team, we believe it would have been categorized as whistleblowing due to the potential involvement of financial crime, malpractice, and significant misconduct. Well, I mean, I had all that, like they had that stuff. So he's saying that had it been because of that stuff, then it would have been considered that. Well, I proved all that stuff. So I don't know. I think that's just one of the things that they're just not able to ever kind of just say, yeah, we got that wrong, and they can't do that. So yeah.
Again, thank you, George. Question number 23. What is your perception of the culture of the FCA? What do you think about it?
Well, it's, obviously, it'd be a genius to figure out that I don't have a very high opinion of them, but I think that it's just it's in a constant state of flux. I mean, there's a lot of people coming in that I believe that the senior people within the business, they don't see it as a long-term role. I think they see it as a stepping stone to something else. Who would want that job? I would want that job. I mean, but to get things where they need to be, I think that you have to have someone that's going to be there for a while and like really see these things through, because you'll have these initiatives and then they're gone, and every time there's a new CEO, and again, I mentioned this earlier, I don't know, must have, what, 5 or 6 in the last 10 years, maybe 5. It's difficult to, just really get whatever whatever you want to do. Like, how do you get that, across the business when you're not going to be there very long? I think that, again, this is my experience, that there are people, and I have no doubt there's, there are decent people there. I have absolutely no doubt about that. And that, who want to do the right thing. But I think they're just kind of being told, like, this is what you need to do. And they do it. I think they're very, I think they're very deliberate in how the language that they use and kind of how they craft their responses. But I don't know. I don't think that they have. I don't think they're at their core, like, dishonest, but I think that things happen, and where most people or organizations would like it. Okay, yeah, we got this wrong, and own it, and then kind of move on. Because I mean, if something happens, you say, yes, we messed up, and we apologize. Like that happens. I mean, things like that happen, and you just kind of move on, but they just won't, they won't do that. So I think who knows, it could be a fear thing. I mean, there's the things in the papers recently about, union discussions and so forth. So I mean, clearly, it's not a day at Disney World over there, and there's some issues, but again, it's understandable with the amount of turnover at the senior positions, I think.
We're on to question number 24 now, George. Have you ever complained officially about the FCA? If so, to whom, and what happened?
I have complained. Initially, I complained, as I mentioned earlier, directly to the FCA in December 2015. And the sort of crux of my complaint was their treatment of me as a whistleblower. And at the time, I didn't know that they didn't classify me as a whistleblower. That only came out in their response to this complaint. The complaint just didn't really address with any sort of substance, and the excuses that they made for their actions. And when they actually agreed that I had raised like a legitimate point, they just didn't make any sense. So I knew kind of going into this process that the likelihood of them coming back to me with an acceptable response was pretty thin, and that ultimately I would have to follow the process and escalate my complaint to the complaints commissioner. In fact, and I don't really remember, which I should, but I don't remember how things unfolded. But I was actually in discussions with the complaints commissioner before the publication of the FCA's response to my complaint. And it could have been that maybe it was taking a long time, 6 months, and I complained about that. But I think the sort of story behind it was that I was just letting him know that this is happening, and just this is coming. You're going to get it, because I'm not. I knew that it wasn't going to be a good response. Little did I know that it was going to actually have things that were just, just not really believable. So that process went through. I mentioned earlier, they offered me 500 pounds, and I said no, and donated to your training budget. And so it escalated to the complaints commissioner, who, again, I mentioned previously that he did a really good job, actually, and really upheld my complaints, and really went into detail about certain things that they could have done based on what I did and things from before. So, for example, until prior to the complaints commissioner's final report into my complaint, I didn't know about all these red flags. So that was kind of news to me, which just made it worse, that you knew a lot of stuff before I even told you what was going on, and you still did nothing. So that was the first that I knew about some of the red flags. And he basically said, look, I don't believe them that when they say that they first became aware of losses when they said that they did. He was pretty direct in saying that they tried to shift their responsibility to contact the police to me. And a few other things, and it's interesting that years later, the publication of the independent review compared to what the complaints commissioner did years ago, and with less evidence, with interviewing far less people, and well, I don't know what his budget was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't the 3.9 million that went to the independent review. But what he identified, what the complaints commissioner identified in 2016 was pretty much what the independent review concluded on certain things, but the complaints commission went much further than the independent reviewer did, where he wasn't critical, and he would, the complaints commissioner the independent reviewer would truncate certain things that if he hadn't done that, it would make what the FCA did look even worse. So I went through that process, and as I mentioned earlier, the complaints commissioner recommended they apologize. They refused to apologize publicly. They refused to do that. And then I guess the other thing that kind of came out of that was my recommendation that any review of what happened needed to be external and independent. And that happened, but it was external. It certainly wasn't independent. So that process, nothing really happened until I guess probably 2019, because they didn't want to start the independent review until whatever they were working on with Capita and anything else had concluded, which made sense. I mean, there's some arguments that it could have been done in parallel. But in any event, it started not too long after the Capita settlement was done. They had to find somebody to do the review, and the terms of reference were agreed, and the stakeholders and so on and so forth. And I met with the independent reviewer and his team in November of 2019. Spent hours with them, brought some information, evidence with me, because I had received new evidence that I didn't have when he would have been looking at some of the old documents. For example, from my initial complaint to the FCA, from the complaints commissioner's report, there were a lot of things that had come to light that I didn't know before. So I gave him some of that information throughout the course of the interview. Different things would come up, and that I had evidence of, but not with me. So afterwards, I emailed him a lot of other documents. And then probably in towards the end of the year, so sort of December, and then into January, February, I had access to I don't know how to say this. I had access to information, a significant amount of information, evidence that I didn't have before, and I'll just say it was a good Samaritan. And I started to go through this stuff, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This is where, for the first time, that I saw the accountant's reports on a monthly basis showing to the FCA the excuses, everything that was, like, I knew it was out there in the press about me. but just the sort of depths of it and the strategy that that the business Toyota came up with their PR agency to kind of throw me into it. It's funny, there's certain things I always forget about that, but for whatever reason, I just thought about that. But I had the email, like this sort of plan of how they are going to do this, and then even a kind of a Q&A, how they should handle things when the press calls them, starts asking them questions about me. So, I saw that and a lot of other things. And I quickly reached the conclusion that during the course of the complaints commissioner investigation into my complaint, that the FCA withheld key information from him as part of his investigation, because none of this was in the report. And if he had it, it would have been in the report. So I reached that conclusion, and I sent an email to the complaints commissioner and reminded him, who I was, and that I told him that I had recently received a lot of new information that I believe shows that the regulator lied to him and misled him during the course of his investigation. And he responded, and I said I wanted to complain about that. I wanted to let you know, and I just asked him more of a technical question. Is that a new complaint, or is it an addendum to my previous complaint? He responded almost straight away and said that that what I was saying was very serious, and that it should be an addendum to my original complaint. I responded, I know it's serious, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't, and that I wouldn't say it if I couldn't prove it, and that I would put it together and I'd send it to him. And I think he said at the time that he was obviously aware that the independent review was underway, and just said that, look, he may not be able to do anything about it until the independent review was done, which I understood, and I said that that's fine. And he also said that I should probably share it with the independent review team, which was fine. I welcomed that. So I started to put this thing together, and then this is right around the time when everything really started to heat up with COVID, and I ended up back in the States for a while during the early parts of COVID. So, maybe March 2020 for a while. And so I wasn't able to really get it done because the information I needed was in London, and I was in the States. So, in fact, I even had, which I thought was interesting, I even had like an email from the complaints commissioner, like, are you going to send something in? Like, they were kind of chasing me to get it. So I ended up having someone send me the information that I needed from London to the States, and I started to work on it. And by this time, it's late. This is sort of June, July of 2020. In August of 2020, I finished, and I sent the complaint to the complaints commissioner, and it was substantial. The complaint itself, I think, was 52 pages, and the new evidence that I had was over 1,000 pages, 800, 1,000 pages of evidence. And I sent everything to the complaints commissioner, and I asked him if I should also send it to the investigator, independent investigator. Asked me to wait a few days, and then said to go ahead and send it to him, to the investigator, which I did. And I thought that this was, I mean, this is powerful stuff. This is stuff that wasn't out there. I didn't know whether or not the complaints commissioner had, oh, sorry, I didn't know whether the independent investigator had it, but I knew that the complaints commissioner didn't because it would have been in his report. About a month or so later, I had an email from the independent investigator asking me if he had my permission to let the FCA know of the existence of my new complaint or my addendum to my previous complaint. Not to share anything about it with them, but just to let them know that it existed. I gave my permission. And then I think it was literally 2 weeks to the day of that email, I got another one from him apologizing and asking if he could actually share the complaint and the exhibits with the FCA. And I said, sure, I don't, it's there. This is what it is. And it's not, I'm not trying to hide anything. And I think they should see it. And so that happened. I didn't really hear anything more until I think October of 2020, when I received an email and an attachment from the FCA, and it was it was part of the final report from the independent reviewer, and there were certain things about me in the report, and I think I was asked to just take a look at it, and was I okay with my name being mentioned, which they knew that I was, but there were some things that it was heavily redacted. It was, I think, maybe like 30 pages, but heavily redacted. But there were a couple things in there that were just not true. They were factually incorrect, and he knew it. Everybody knew it. So I told him, I mentioned those. And then there were a couple of like typos where they used the wrong word, which could have been just they didn't hear me correctly or whatever the case may be. So that was kind of it. And I said, otherwise, my name's out there. I didn't care. And if my name was mentioned, fast forward another couple months to the day that the report was published. And I think my name was mentioned, it's like 180 times in the report or something. They didn't, I didn't see the whole report earlier, but the fact that they asked me to look at those specific pages. But anyway, but what was immediately apparent to me after I read the report was that nothing, and I mean nothing, in my 52-page complaint or the 800 to 1,000 pages of exhibits was in the report. None of it. And it was the information that was in there was just so damning, and the fact that none of it was in there, it just didn't make any sense to me. So that was kind of the first thing I noticed. And then the more I started looking into the report, like I would pick up other things, whether it was a qualified language or the excuses or this praise that he would heap on the regulator for how much better they are today than they were when this happened, which was nonsense. I just didn't get it. So I filed another complaint. And this complaint was probably filed, this was this year, so probably maybe, I don't know, April, May of 2021, that to the FCA that it would have been after that, because it would have been at least in June. I think it was in June. And it was that information was ignored. None of it was included in the report, and that it was deliberately kept out. And the other part of my complaint was that, well, I've mentioned this before, but it has to come in now because it's part of this complaint, was that 6 months after the publication of that report, the independent reviewer lands a job as a legal advisor to the FCA. So he publishes this report that is it's a whitewash, says nothing. 6 months later, he gets a gig at the FCA. So I asked questions about that. I get, this is probably only within the past month, I get a response back from the complaints team that they can't investigate anything about the evidence that I sent in, and whether or not it was ignored, because at the time this person didn't work for the FCA. He was independent, and they also can't investigate how he was hired, despite the fact that it was a job that was never posted, it was never advertised, it was never anything. He just got it. He was unable to investigate a position at that level. So that was kind of it. But he then went on to, just for whatever reason, to say that the regulator had no involvement in the in this review, which they had maximalization rights. They drafted the scope. Individuals' names were not in there. They could refute things, and so to say that they had no say in what was in the review is crap. But I reminded him of that, and that's an example of what I was saying earlier, where they'll just say stuff. That's just so categorically false, but yet they say it, and they think that me or other people like, oh, okay, I thought they did. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's and that was it. And there was another element of that complaint that he's going to look at that related to information that I received as part of a data subject access request, which the FCA's, I mentioned that I submitted the process with me sending the information to the independent reviewer, and then eventually he sent it to the FCA with my permission. And I was part of the data subject access request that I received. There was a letter from the FCA's head of risk and compliance to the complaints commissioner talking about my complaint. So I gave permission for them to see it, but I certainly didn't give her permission to discuss my complaint with the complaints commissioner. It's widely inappropriate to make any contact. They didn't have permission to discuss my complaint. I was complaining about them and things that they had done. And she went and contacted him. It was a heavily redacted document, but there should have been no contact at all. And that's kind of where we are with with the complaints. I don't expect to hear a whole lot about coming back from them on this inappropriate contact. I don't know how they could defend it, but they'll come up with something. They won't own it, but I mean it's clearly inappropriate. And I guess the last point on the complaint is there was one other one. The complaints commissioner had said that he wouldn't be in a position to investigate my new evidence, my new complaint, my addended complaint, until after the independent review was published. It was published, and then the complaints commissioner, who I had dealt with for the past several years, who ruled on my initial complaint, had stepped out, and there was a new complaints commissioner, and she dismissed it. She wouldn't even look at it. So, how that conclusion could have been met, because if you think about it, there's only one or two things that could have happened. when throughout the course of the investigation into my first complaint, the FCA either withheld that information from the complaints commissioner, or he had it and he chose not to mention it. Either way, it's not good. Like the job wasn't done. And based on my experience with the previous complaints commissioner, who I had a lot of respect for, I tend to think that it would have been the FCA withholding that information, because if he had it, he would have reported it. And again, none of this, not a single word of this, was in the independent review. That's and I guess, I don't know, I guess the other thing maybe to mention is just that the things that the regulator did, whether it was not apologizing or there was a lot of press. They were heavily criticized by the press for not apologizing to me and other things. Also within Parliament, a lot of the MPs, said a lot of good things about me, and that the regulator's treatment of me was horrible, and so on and so forth. But it just sort of bounced off of them, and nothing really changed. I think that's where we are on the complaints. But I could talk to you in a week, and who knows.
And now it's question 25, George. Overall, what has been the consequences to you and your family as a result of what's happened?
Well, I think some of this stuff we talked about a little bit earlier, and I think that their actions have caused irreparable harm. My reputation, financially, issues with my family. I mentioned some challenges that I had with my wife, but I think it kind of goes further than that, because the position that I was in the sort of middle of this, when I think when there were sort of different phases for me, where the business was still trading, and there was this kind of I don't know, pressure, anxiety that was a constant, whether it was the journalists that were calling, whether it was what's going to be in the press, and I mean, there's even a point where I thought, maybe I got it wrong. Like maybe I missed. I didn't think that I did, but there was so much evidence that I gave them to show them what was going on, and that every day that Toyota stayed in business, they had to have been stealing money. There was just no other way. There was no other money that was coming in. So you kind of are, caught between doing the right thing and then suffering the consequences because nothing happened, and then things would maybe calm down a little bit, and then there would be things that the FCA said about me which would kind of kick it off again. But I think the impact, other than the things that I had already mentioned, it went a lot farther than that. I mean, I was a terrible husband for years, terrible father, absent. I was there, but I wasn't there to my kids, my brothers, my friends, and I just, it didn't matter what anybody said. Nobody, nothing anybody said to me was going to make me do anything differently, and it caused problems, a lot of problems. And in fact, some relationships that I had, some very good friends, we don't really speak that much anymore. And I think part of that is that, I wasn't a good friend, but what happened, and I'm not alone in this, having I've spoken to other whistleblowers, is that just kind of becomes who you are. Like, you can't talk about anything else, and people, they want to avoid you. They don't want to hear about it anymore. It's they're not living it, and it was difficult because that was my whole life. So it took me a long time to get to that point where that wasn't the only thing that I could talk about or wanted to talk about. I wasn't interested in anything else for a while, but I think those are the kind of things that whistleblowers struggle with, that are kind of on the periphery, that don't really get talked about a lot. I mentioned earlier about the blast radius on this, and it really affects everything. There's not a single thing that it doesn't affect. And it's, you know, it's like PTSD. I mean, it's you've gone through this really horrible thing, and then you're kind of dealing with the consequences, and it's just never the same. So I think those sort of things that I mentioned earlier, also with you know, the finances and different things that we had to do, and you tend to you kind of focus on those things that, you know, man, I was really on a good path, and we had what we wanted, and my wife and I had plans, and it's gone. I mean, everything that we worked hard for, and what we tried to do, or what we did, I mean, it was just gone. So and those, it's not something that you kind of go through a difficult period, and then at the end of it, everything's back to the way that it was. It's not. And a lot of things that happen, you can't get that back, and you can't get back, obviously, you know, time that you should have been a better person, whether that's, you know, husband, father, brother. You know, not too long after all of this stuff happened, my mom was sick and in a care facility, and I wasn't able to really be with her, you know, as she was dying. I mean, I was there, but I wasn't there. My mind was a million miles away. I'm taking phone calls when I shouldn't have been. So I mean, those are things that you can't get back, and I regret, and you know, you just can't get that back. I think those issues from a, you know, really from a personal perspective, and the impact on my family. But then if you look at the other side of that, which is the sort of professional side, or the regulatory side, what the FCA did, and how that has impacted me, just by not calling me a whistleblower, that just kicked the whole process off of them having to come up with these crazy stories to kind of justify the fact that they didn't follow their own procedures, and they never looked at my evidence. So by not doing that, what are they going to say? They have to come up with something, and you know, that's what they did. Little things that were maybe to someone on the outside might seem, you know, petty, or you know, harmless, but were significant. Just refusing to apologize to me, as the complaints commissioner recommended. Like that was bad. That I couldn't believe they wouldn't do it. I mean, how hard is it to say you're sorry? I mean, it's not that big a deal. But it doesn't really end there, because it's in the press that they won't apologize to me. The MPs are talking about it on the floor of Parliament, and there's stuff in the Hansard report, and there's, you know, so it's just, it doesn't go away. It's bad enough that it didn't happen, but then everybody's talking about the fact that it didn't happen. So, you know, something as simple as that, again, it seems, you know, harmless, but it wasn't. It was a big deal, because it leads to all these other things that just creates more anxiety, more problems. You know, they put things out that they knew were false. They allowed the perpetrators, the fund, to say things about me that they just knew weren't true. You know, some of the emails that I received, that were part of that addendum to my complaint. I mean, these were 2 or 3 page emails from the perpetrators that, I mean, if you read it, that was about me and how, you know, erratic and unstable, and I didn't know I was doing. I was, you know, just pages and pages of just lies that there was never any pushback on them about that. It was just, okay. And that was just another excuse that, that they seem to accept from guys that they do were stealing money every month. So yeah, I mean, I think I could probably go on if my wife was on here, she could probably go on for a couple hours of additional things that I haven't talked about, but I think those are the main things.
Thank you again, George. Number 26. What would be your advice to somebody thinking about blowing the whistle to the FCA on a matter to do with misconduct in the financial services sector?
As I'm sure you can imagine, this is a question that I get asked a lot, and my answer has probably changed over the years, just based on my experience. But what I would say to a would-be whistleblower, that you need to be supremely confident that whatever your allegations are, that they're provable, and that, you know, you have some evidence that that can back up everything that you're saying. Because I had all that stuff and I still was, you know, you've heard what I've gone through. I had all of that. I was chief exec. But if you don't have that, there's absolutely no chance of, you know, doing anything. They're just simply not going to act. And I think you have to have, I think you have to do the right thing. I think you have to, from whatever, you know, your responsibilities as whatever your position is within the company, you know, whether you have certain duties that you need to discharge because you're an officer, you're a director, you're an authorized person, whatever the case may be. And then probably more important is just your moral compass. Like you got to do the right thing. If you see something, you need to do it. You can't sit back and, you know, allow people to continue to steal money or whatever the issue is, and you know, really not do anything about it. But the other part, and this is where I probably I probably could have done things differently, but I didn't know any better. I mean, you don't have whistleblower training. I mean, you just do what you think you have to do. If a would-be whistleblower gets to the point where they decide they are going to blow the whistle, my other piece of advice would be do the absolute minimum to discharge your duties and to clear your conscience. That's the basic and the minimum that lets you look at yourself in the mirror and allows you to discharge your duties, and that's it. I went, I was on a crusade. I mean, I had to, I had to get things right when there were so many things being said about me. And I'm sure there are things that I would do differently. But it's, you know, when you're being attacked and you know that you're right and you have all the evidence to prove that you're right, it's difficult to just kind of hide and go away. But you know, I'd like to think that there wouldn't be a similar situation, but I'm sure there would. But I would you know, discharge your duties professionally, morally, and by doing the absolute minimum that you have to do to achieve that goal.
Thank you again, George. Question number 27 for you, George. If you could change 3 things about the FCA, what would they be?
The first thing I think would be that if something serious is brought to their attention, whether it's through a chief exec whistleblower like me, whether it's the guy in the mailroom that just got out of school, do something about it and just don't make excuses. Check it out. Don't wait until for something to happen. Don't forget when I made my Principal 11 phone call, 2 months went by before I met with them in person. And in that 2-month period, they made no contact with Tayuda about any other than did he resign, or what happened with that. That was it. There was no contact in those 2 months. 2 months. This is after the chief exec made a Principal 11 disclosure. The day that I met with them, there was an email that they sent to Tayuda that asking questions that clearly came from some of the things that I said. So take it seriously. The second thing, and I think this is pretty significant, and I'm certainly not the first person to raise this, and I have read that the FCA are looking into different things that they can do with respect to this, and that's think about the firms that you're authorizing. Think about why they want that authorization. So Tayuda and some of these other companies that have blown up over the past few years, they didn't do a lot of regulated business, but the halo effect of having that FCA stamp badge on your letterhead, or just being able to say that you're a regulated entity, that is it's just a stamp of approval. It gives a legitimacy to a business that otherwise doesn't deserve that. So a couple of the businesses that they authorized that blew up, they authorized people that had absolutely no experience in financial services. I think one of the principles of one of the business was something to do with cars. And if they have no intention of doing regulated business, or why are they seeking regulation, the authorization? So I think that's a pretty important thing. And if you do, and I think this is something they've talked about recently, and I hope that they do this because it's a simple thing to do. If less than X% of your business is regulated, then you're no longer regulated. It's not that difficult to do, but they really need to understand that these authorizations are coveted by the guys that are trying to set these up. And I'm not suggesting that in every case that's their reason to get the authorization so they can steal money from people. But what I'm saying is that I think in some cases that's probably what happens. But I think what it does is it just gives them that legitimacy that kind of propels them to a level where they start attracting business. And then that's when the problem starts. They don't have the experience to sort of handle that. And they think that they can, kind of juggle things, and we'll take this million because we got more coming in next week, and we'll kind of, you just can't, it just catches up with you. So I think that's the second thing that I would do. And the other thing that I think that certainly in my case that has always been a real frustration with me and in my dealings with them is they'll focus on really minor kind of technicalities for not doing something. So whether it's we didn't really do anything, we knew they were stealing money, but they really only had a really small amount of regulated business, and we're not we're not the prosecutor of fraud. So, that wasn't for us, which is just nonsense. I mean, just do the right thing. Just do what you'd want your kids to do. If you're given something that shows what's going on, I mean, deal with it. Don't ignore a whistleblower at any level, but certainly, a senior employee that's blowing the whistle on his own company, you should probably take that pretty seriously. And then I think finally, look, everybody makes mistakes. We all make mistakes. Just admit you made a mistake, deal with whatever the consequences are, and move on. Don't keep adding fuel to the fire and making it worse and worse and worse. And that's what they continue to do. Even now. I mean, they're still doing it. So I think those would be my my main recommendations. And I would also say they have a what's the word that they use? They a light touch for firms that do not a lot of regulated business. I think we're kind of way past that. The days of any sort of light touch supervision have to be gone. If you're a regulated entity, then you need to be supervised appropriately. One of the things that they mentioned in one of the documents was that it was a staffing issue. We can't pull somebody off of one of the big banks and stick them on a small firm. Okay, that may be true. That just hire more people. Like you can't just ignore what's going on, especially in the market and in an environment where there's fraud and all sorts of things happening that you didn't really have to deal with years ago, through the internet and identity fraud and all sorts of things. You have to kind of take a look at that. Kind of think about the appropriateness of a notice that you're putting out there. Does this reflect what we know? And is it appropriate that if somebody read that they would kind of get what we're saying, or would they not get that? So I think it's those sort of things, deflection and everything else that they do. Just, I think, kind of common sense, just normal conversation when they speak with people, and being honest, I think would be the main things.
Again, thank you, George. Question number 28 for you. What positives are there about the FCA that you'd like to comment on?
Look, I don't want to sound flippant, but I don't really think I have any. I mean, I haven't had a single positive experience with them. In addition to everything that I've already said today, there's things like if they're supposed to respond to something from me in a month, it's never a month. It's 2, it's 3 months. If you've asked them 10 questions, when they respond to you, they'll answer 6 of them. It's just it's those sort of things. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I think there's been so many opportunities to do the right thing along the way, and at every opportunity they have not done the right thing. I just, no one will be surprised to hear me say that, but I mean, if there were some positives, I would say it. I would admit it. I'm not above that, despite what I've gone through. But there just hasn't, and there's a lot they need to work on. But I don't have anything that I view that they've done that with respect to me, or anything that I've seen. Or what I know that other people who've gone through, somewhat similar circumstances to mine, it's the same thing. And a lot of it's identical. I mean, a lot of the excuses that they've given to other whistleblowers are exactly the same as mine. You know, one of them, I won't mention the name, but he turned over loads of evidence. Well, they said he's not a whistleblower. Well, what is he? I mean, you can't, their definition is, if you read their definition of a whistleblower, I fit that, and this person fits that, but somehow we don't. So it's those sort of things. But I unfortunately don't have anything that I could say that I think is a positive.
And question 29, George, what do you think about the possibility of conflict of interest issues at the FCA?
Well, I can speak specifically about my case, and I can say that there absolutely were conflicts of interest in the FCA's supervision of Tayuda, probably before I blew the whistle, which would have been unknown to me. But after I blew the whistle, there were two FCA supervisors that sort of looked after Tayuda when they got into trouble, or sometime after I blew the whistle. These two employees had links to, one of them had a link to someone that worked at the fund in a senior position, and one of them had, the other one, sorry, had a link to compliance at Tayuda. And they were crystal clear conflicts. There's just simply no doubt about it. I think I discussed a little bit earlier about the one person at the FCA who used to work for Tayuda's compliance officer, and how he said, distance yourself from that guarantee because you can't back it up. But he didn't share that with the public, and people continued to invest in millions and lost that money. So I think that was a pretty big conflict, something that clearly should have been identified and dealt with. They had worked together, and it was something that came out of the independent review. The independent reviewer identified these same conflicts, and he determined that they weren't conflicts. He determined that the individual who used to work for the compliance officer at Tayuda had disclosed his previous relationship with this guy, and that their contact recently had kind of been minimal. They bumped into one another at trade shows and different things like that, and that was really it. But then he goes on to say that this is the FCA person telling his supervisor, I guess, that about this person, that he actually provides him with really useful information about maybe some things that are going on in the market, some firms that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So he's effectively providing the FCA with information that that could be useful to the FCA. So that was that's how they kind of got around it. And in the independent review, the independent reviewer discussed it, checked it out, and that there was no conflict. Everybody was acting appropriately, and so on. And this is the information that I'm about to go into. I had provided to the independent reviewer as part of that complaint, that addendum to my complaint, that this was some of the evidence, which included emails, internal emails between Taida and the fund just discussing this, and where the chairman of Connet is kind of talking about he used to work with a woman that's one of the supervisors, and that they were on really good terms, and that then he says it's a small world, because the other person, the member of the team involved in the review, the Taida review, used to work for the compliance officer. And there's like back and forth, and they're almost kind of giddy about, like, they can't believe their good fortune. They're doing all this stuff. Nothing's really happened to them. And the two people who are responsible for their supervision, that they're like friends of the guys that are involved in the company that's taking all this money. I mean, they're good fortune, and the email from the primary person who was behind the fraud responds that, you know, there is a God, and then there's this person's name, or is it the other way around? I mean, they can't believe their good fortune that they're doing all this stuff, and they are being supervised by people that you know, that they know. So I think that on its own, you know, is pretty bad. Again, this is information that Mr. Parker, the independent reviewer, had, and really, I think if you look at it, the not one but the two main supervisors, the regulators personnel responsible for the supervision of Taida during this period, would be close associates of the key perpetrators. I think it's just impossible, mathematically impossible, by chance, and I think that it must have been done intentionally. As I said, this information was provided to the independent investigator, who, for, you know, whatever reasons, he decided that you know, he wasn't going to do anything with it. And I would go further and say that the appointment surely suggests that two senior people within the FCA end up in that position of supervising this firm when all this stuff is going on, is a conscious decision. Is a conscious decision to support these supervisors who were clearly conflicted and unlikely to act. So again, it's mathematically impossible that of all the people that it came down to these two. You know, these were points that that the independent reviewer really downplayed, and to the point where he even went as far as saying that the one person that was connected to the compliance officer didn't really wasn't really involved at all, which was just a complete falsehood. And I gave it proof of how involved he was. I have all the emails. He's the person I met with. He's the person I sent my evidence to. He's the person that is on every email. Whether if he didn't draft it, he's copied on it. And it's more than disingenuous of him to say that. It's just not true. I mean, you can't look at that and reach the conclusions that he reached. It just doesn't it's just not supported. I sent him information about, this is another email. I mentioned to you previously about the director at the fund who had been banned from a previous scam that he had perpetrated, that was still involved. He was the shadow director of the business. And this is an internal email exchange where they're putting something together. This is Tayuda in the fund discussing some sort of response back to the FCA, FSA, and the compliance officer who is buddies with the FCA supervisor, who the FCA supervisor told his boss is stand-up guy. He gives us information when we need it. He is going back and forth with a response to the FCA, and at the end, he says, does anyone have any further meeting notes that can be sent to the FSA? Nigel, this is the guy that had been banned and should have no involvement. I have removed your name from the notes and replaced it with either director or another person's name. So here's this stand-up compliance guy that's doctoring documents. He's removing someone that he knows the regulator wouldn't want to see on any of this information. This is the guy that the FCA supervisor was talking about, how he provides this intelligence. And here he is falsifying documents, sending these falsified documents to the regulator. Nothing's happened to him. None of this was discussed in the review. Although he had this information, I sent it to him, and I would imagine he had it anyway. This person is facing no sanctions, no disciplinary action, and if you pull him up on the FCA register, he has an unblemished record. So I think that that on its own is pretty pretty damning. He's also, this compliance officer, in addition to that, he's aware of what's going on with the money, but nothing happens. There's no don't forget, throughout this whole ordeal, whether it's the other people within the business, whether it's the accountants who saw this every single day, knew they were being paid with stolen money. The solicitors, maybe not, they're under different duty. But throughout this whole thing, I'm the only person that ever made a Principle 11 disclosure, nobody else. Despite this mountain of evidence and misappropriations of funds, he didn't feel it was necessary to do that, but he is okay because he gave them information occasionally. So, and I don't think it's a stretch to connect this conflict of interest to tens of millions of pounds of investor losses, because it allowed things to continue. It just allowed it to continue, and they were able to kind of massage the numbers and really do whatever they needed to do. In addition, anytime they were afforded more time, which happened time and time again, until, as all Ponzi schemes, you eventually you run out of money because there's no new funds coming in. You just can't cover it all, until it blew up. But that also gave them time to discredit me. But long way of answering, yeah, I think there are. In my case, I'm not aware of other ones, but certainly in my case, it's crystal clear conflict. But I should also say that one of the things that is really interesting, I mentioned earlier about this Freedom of Information Act report that mentioned how they the regulator tipped off Toyota that I blew the whistle and told them what I said that they were doing, which kind of gave them time to come up with stories. That same report mentioned a conflict of interest. Part of it's redacted, but I'll read what it says. These are things that kind of bullet points that they, after they assessed what happened. Did they disclosed a conflict of interest involving employees, and it's redacted. It's unclear how the conflict was disclosed or the mitigation taken as a result. So here is an internal report by the FCA saying there's a conflict of interest. Did they disclose it? How was it mitigated? But yet the independent reviewer disagreed with the FCA, who said that it was a conflict of interest. Obviously, that wasn't mentioned. And like a lot of things in that report, the independent investigation, you can't reach the conclusions that were reached based on facts. It's just impossible. And that's another one. Everything that I just talked about between the employees who knew one another, and then again the FCA's own internal investigation said there's a conflict of interest. Did we disclose it? How do we mitigate it? What happened? But yet it wasn't picked up as a conflict by the investigation.
George, question number 30. Do you believe there should be spot checks by the FCA on regulated and or unregulated entities, perhaps similar to the spot checks by VAT inspectors?
It can't hurt to do that. I think if you know that that could happen, that maybe you'll handle things a little bit differently. I know, for example, when I was in the States, when I was in I worked in Florida, in South Florida, and that would happen. There were bank examiners. They just would pop up and show you their credentials, and you had to give them everything that they asked for. And it happened, I don't know, a couple times a year, 2 or 3 times a year. You didn't know when they were coming. It was unannounced. And I think it was kind of always in the back of your mind that they could pop in, and then there would be times you would be thinking, man, I haven't seen them for a while. It could be any day now. So I think it has the effect of keeping you honest, but none of that matters if you're not going to do anything. And I think what we've seen with the FCA is even when presented with these things, they don't do anything. So the fact that they could potentially just turn up unannounced, like a VAT inspector, and put a business through some type of mini audit or demand to see certain things, great. But if they find things that they don't like, then what? What are you going to do about it? And that's the key, because if there's no repercussions, which there really have rarely been, then it's meaningless.
Question 31. The FCA is undertaking a transformation project. Do you have any comments to make about that?
I think I thought about this one, and I probably don't, really know enough about it. I mean, I've contributed to. I was asked to contribute some comments to a few things. And I mean, look, I think we've heard this before, that every time that there's a new chief exec, all of the problems were, previous regime, and this is a new regime, and this is what we're going to do, and they don't. I mean, you don't really see the changes. I hope they do. I mean, I don't want to, I think that look, it's a difficult job. There's no doubt about it. It's a fast pace, 10 years ago, or, maybe a little bit longer than that, you didn't have cryptocurrency and you didn't have all these things that are out there today. And so there are some challenges. I get that, but I hope they're successful. It's important, that people need to have confidence that the people that are looking after their best interests know what the hell they're doing. And I don't think that can be said right now. And I think what I went through is a really good example of that. And despite what may be said, and certainly what the conclusions that the independent reviewer reached, that they're not the same as they were when this happened, and they're so much better. The improvement is just phenomenal. It's bullshit. I mean, they're the same. They're making the exact same mistakes. They're using the same excuses. So yeah, look, good luck. I hope that I hope that there are some good changes and things work out, but we'll have to wait a long time to find out, because there's another Taida right around the corner. There's another LCF. There's another OneCoin. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And we're just going to have to see how they do that. But as I said earlier, I think there's a lot of things that they can do that it doesn't really require some major transformation. Just use some common sense. Just do the right thing, and don't lie to people. Treat people with respect. Don't throw them under the bus. You don't need an army of consultants to come in and tell you that that's what you should do. I mean, to me, that's just common sense. But I think that they're just always on the back foot, and instead of cutting their losses, they just keep making it worse every single time. And I think there doesn't seem to be any kind of central response team where they even know what they've said previously. So, for example, they've said things to me, 2 or 3 years ago, and then they'll say something else that contradicts that. Like, they probably don't remember that, but I do. So there's really no one that's kind of checking that stuff. So again, I don't think that this really big transformational change is needed. Well, change is definitely needed, but I think that it's just real basic stuff that they need to do. And if they did that, it will probably take care of a lot of the other issues that they have. But good luck. Yeah, man. Look, I hope that it's a big success, and things work out. I don't want other people to go through what I went through, and I think that the consumer, the UK consumer, needs to have confidence that these guys know what the hell they're doing. It's important.
George, it's now time for the final question. Question 32. Are there any other comments that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I think a few. I've talked a little bit about the independent review, and just the fact that it really was a whitewash. It didn't really say anything that of really any significance. I mentioned that anytime that the review was critical of the regulator, it was followed by there was a caveat that it was well-intentioned or it was really complex. But I think it went further than that. It spent a lot of time discussing things that were really had already kind of been unproven. For example, he spent a lot of time discussing UCITS funds, which are can be risky. UCITS funds are effectively pooled investments. or investors' money's pooled and it goes into whatever the asset, the investment is. And some of them, the wind farms in Tibet, teak forests and just all kinds of crazy things that are behind it that offer guarantees and so forth. And yeah, those are going to be unbelievably risky. Toyota was funded through a USIS through the Connet Fund, but the asset behind the money was property. So it wasn't a Brazilian teak plantation. It was tangible London or England, Southeast England, primarily London property that was lent up to supposedly 60% LTV. These are all things that were in the information memorandum. The accountants of the fund was listed as Ernst & Young. Turns out Ernst & Young, never heard of them. That was a lie from the beginning. Capita, that big name, that was the operator of the fund, which was legitimate. Bank of New York Mellon was involved as a trustee. And so there were big names, and it was being backed by property. There were plenty of lies in the information memorandum about Toyota's history of lending and so forth. But if you're an investor and you see that, yes, it's a USIS fund, but it's not as risky because of the asset class. But it also just ignores the blatantly obvious that the losses had nothing to do with the USIS fund. They were stealing money, and that single point is just missed over and over and over again. Nothing else matters. It doesn't matter if the IFAs were mis-selling, which they weren't, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it was a USIS fund. These guys were stealing money. None of that matters. Just focus on what happened, and they didn't. They got too caught up in, because of USIS, it was mis-selling or whatever the other case may be, that they didn't do anything about it, and that path of excuses was followed by the independent review, and he basically excused them for what they did. It was, USISs are really complex. He sort of listed maybe 5 or 6 things that I consider to be kind of catch-all excuses. So these were sort of excuse buckets. So he said that the regulator didn't understand Toyota's business model. They didn't understand the role of the operator. They didn't understand how the fund worked. I mean, this is what's in there. And so everything kind of fell into that. And instead of saying that they stole redemption money every month, which is never mentioned in the report, by the way. Instead of saying that, it just, well, they didn't understand the fund, or they didn't understand how Toyota worked. And I think if you are someone that is either uninformed, you don't really know anything about what happened here, or you know a little bit about what happened, you would have read that report and thought, man, he really laid into the regulator for what they did, and they should have done more. But it wasn't at all. If you're someone like me who's lived this, other people like Mark Bishop, who I know that you've spoken to, like we know this. This is kind of what we know, and it's not difficult to challenge what was in there. So, there was this use of qualified language throughout the entire report. So I could spend the next day giving you examples, but just one that just kind of demonstrates the point. He did mention the the apology or lack of apology that I received after the complaints commissioner's recommendation. And the way that he described it was that it was potentially vague. That was his description of bad apology. Well, you know, it's probably the understatement of the year that was potentially vague, considering it didn't mention my name or their name or anything, and it really was an apology. So he would address things, but not really say anything about it. He would never really gave a strong opinion on anything. He kind of just said what happened, and then he was just very complimentary to what they did since this happened, but also just how hard they worked, and that every decision they made was well intentioned, and so on, to the point where it was just absurd. It was, you know, absurd that he was saying these things based on everything that happened, and I kind of I responded back to the firm that assisted him, and asked them how certain things that they did could ever, under anybody's definition of well-intentioned, be met with what they did. You know, was it well-intentioned that they said that my evidence didn't show fraud when they never looked at it? You know, all these things, those are not well-intentioned acts. They're deliberate, that were decisions that were made by individuals. He didn't mention that they were insolvent every single month. He didn't mention that variation of permission was 17 months after they became aware of Toyota not returning redemption money. He made it sound like it was a positive thing, that they were proactive when clearly they weren't. I mentioned earlier, and these are really significant, because these are kind of the crux of this whole issue, and really the genesis of this independent review even happening, because these were questions that the regulator refused to answer when I asked them. It went to the complaints commissioner, and then they wanted the independent review. I said it needed to be external, because these were the things that needed to be answered. Was I a whistleblower? Did my evidence show fraud? And who signed off on Toyota's authorization? How did this company ever get a regulated license to begin with? They never should have received a regulated license. They had the principals were by any definition not fit and proper. They knew that the one guy was falsifying invoices, who happened to be a solicitor, and it just kind of goes on and on, and that was so important to get to the bottom of who signed that off, because it could be, and I don't know that this is the case, but it certainly could be that the people who were supervising Toyota, one or two of them, or someone involved in that supervision when things got bad, was the person who authorized them in the first place, where there would be another massive conflict of interest. So those were points that needed to be addressed. The other really significant point, and this would not have been apparent to most people, but it was apparent to me, that he in the report, he was impossibly lenient on Toyota. He almost portrayed what they did as the main culprit in the theft of this money is almost trivial. And I initially, I couldn't figure out why that would have been the case. Why would there so much evidence of that this is what they did? Why would he have really ignored that? And then as I started piecing things together, it became apparent that he had to do that because that Toyota was sorry, and I have to go back a little. Part of the confusion with this whole structure was there were multiple entities. Some were regulated, some weren't regulated. And I think that caused confusion to them, where it really shouldn't have, but it did. So Toyota was regulated, as was Capita when they were the operator of the fund, and then Bluegate when they were operator of the fund. But the only regulated entity that they had any involvement with during this real time of trouble was Toyota, and we know what happened. But he barely mentioned anything about what they did, or the people, what's happened to them. Here's another good example. In the report, he mentions that the two directors of the fund were banned it went through this insolvency services investigation, and at the end of it, they were banned as being directors for 5 years or 7 years, whatever the case may be. The two Connet directors. Well, the two Toyota directors were also investigated by the insolvency services and banned. He didn't mention that. That's nowhere in the report that these two guys, the main people who were stealing the money, were banned. But they're not mentioned. That is not mentioned. That's deliberate. You don't leave something like that out. Why would you leave it out? They left it out because they had to downplay. Sorry, he had to downplay, the review had to downplay the catastrophic failings of the regulator. So they had to make it look like it was a USIS. It was Capita, it was Bluegate, it was Connet, and the guys that were actually doing it got a free pass. And there can be no other explanation as to why they did that. There's more examples. He didn't mention anything about connected transactions, loans to his brother, loans to an offshore company in Cyprus that he owned, the dividend from an insolvent company. None of this, none of the things that they did were mentioned. Nothing specific, nothing at all. And that, there can be no explanation other than he had to be lenient on them to just make the FCA look better. And I think that's what he did. And again, to the untrained eye, so to speak, you wouldn't pick that up. You wouldn't know that. He didn't mention that finally, after where we almost 11 years, that the two directors are being taken to criminal court. I'm not sure, is that the right term? Criminal court. They're being sued. They're being taken for their actions in this whole fraud. And this is public information, but I actually had a copy of the 100 and some page writ that I sent to the independent review team before it was published. They didn't mention it. And it goes into detail of how millions and millions of pounds were stolen, that they did this, they defrauded people. None of it was mentioned. So again, that he went to great lengths, the independent reviewer went to great lengths to shield the regulators, most egregious failings, which were their failure to regulate, supervise Toyota ever, but certainly, from the time that I blew the whistle. Remember all the numbers when I went in to blow the whistle. I knew of around 20 million that I had the proof of it. I knew that it would be more. From the time that I blew the whistle until the time that the everything blew up, the losses went from where it was at the time, 20, but probably more at the time that I didn't know about, but to over 120 million when it finally blew up. So they're responsible for that. The regulator is responsible for that because they did nothing. But none of that was mentioned in the report. They got a complete whitewash. As I mentioned earlier, the regulator had maximalization rights, all sorts of things. And if you compare that report to Dame Gloucester's report on LCF, it's night and day. They asked for maximalization rights. She said no. They asked that she not name names in the report. She said no. And the independent review into Condit and Toyota, no names were mentioned. I think that they were allowed to mention names above director level or some management level within the FCA, but none of them were mentioned. She was much more critical. And if you compare the two reports and what happened, what happened in that case, there were mini bonds, and this was a fund, but the sort of fraud behind it was pretty much the same. There were whistleblowers, people were contacting the police, they didn't do anything. And this was, it's funny that I mentioned earlier about how in the review, he just kept praising the FCA, how much they've improved. As he was in the mid, from the time he started his review until the time he published, there were like 3 failures in that time that he's writing his report. There was the LCF, which I think was a little bit earlier than that, but these were all funds or bonds that blew up years after. These were the exact, the hallmarks were the same. They were doing the exact same stuff. They had the FCA stamp of approval, and they were kind of off to the races doing what they needed to do, and were stealing, stealing money. So look, I could go on forever about other things in the report, but it was a complete whitewash. And as I mentioned earlier, I tried to find out through a complaint more about what happened and why my information was ignored, and why and how the independent reviewer, 6 months after the publication of that report, ends up working as a legal senior advisor to the regulator. It was also 6 months after Capita was sanctioned and had to pay 66 million pounds that they received the contract with the FSCS. I don't, I'm not much for conspiracy theories, but those are hard to kind of chalk down to just, well, it just happened, and then they're not connected. So again, I could kind of go on forever with that. A couple other things that have happened since the publication of the report. I think I mentioned earlier about the head of risk and compliance at the FCA approached the complaints commissioner without my consent. That is wrong. I've had some information that has come back to me through various DSARs. I should also say that I filed my DSAR with the FCA in March of 2021, 8 months ago. And to date, I've had less than 3% of the documents that they owe me. And I'm sure you're aware that the requirement is they need to get you everything within 30 days. In exceptional circumstances, it can be extended to 90. And I absolutely would accept that mine's exceptional. So I would expect it would be 90 days. But it's over 8 months now. and there's no end in sight. They don't know when I'll get it. I will say that this may be one caveat to what I said earlier about anything positive about the FCA. The person, the poor guy who is dealing with my data subject access request calls me every Friday, knowing that he has to deliver bad news to me, that he doesn't know when I'll get everything or anything. And he's kind, he's polite, he's apologetic. That's a good experience I've had with the FCA. That guy, I won't mention his name, but he's been great, and I kind of feel bad for him. He's got to call me every Friday and tell me something he knows that I don't want to hear, but he does it anyway. So yeah, that's 8 months behind. The data subject access request I filed with the law firm that assisted the independent reviewer is probably 6 months now. The one thing that they sent me was my complaint, my identity complaint. That's what they sent me, which was just, so that's 6 months behind. I received the Treasury. I filed a data subject access request with the Department of Treasury. They got back to me in the right amount of time. But within there were some things that were, pretty interesting. Just one, for example, was that there was in March or April 2021, there was a phone call between the independent investigator along with his team and Treasury discussing the review, which they shouldn't have been doing. The DSAR, the information I had was a transcript of a phone call. And basically he laid out what his findings were going to be, USIS, whistleblowing, and something. This is in March, so this is 9 months before the publication of the report. And this was before he would have received any of my new evidence. So it was kind of done then that they kind of had this, what it was going to be about. And, that was it. And that's what it was. So that was highly, highly inappropriate. I've had documents that I've seen where responses to my complaint, they were kind of drafts, I guess, or what maybe the person that put it together had in his answers that were subsequently taken out, that showed they knew what was going on. Where one of the things that was in their response to me in my initial complaint was how the fact that they asked me where they didn't take my evidence, but asked me to figure out what I think they would want, that was the wrong thing to do, that it wasn't my responsibility to do that, and they were wrong. Well, that didn't make it into the final draft, of course, that never came out. I saw internal meeting notes where obviously there were no names, so I don't know who was who, but it was clearly someone senior speaking to someone junior that knew something about what was going on with this case, where the junior person just lied to the person, their boss, about what was happening, and kind of downplayed certain things. That one of them was they never refused my evidence, and that when I turned up at that meeting with a suitcase of evidence, that I had no expectation that they were actually going to take that, which is just a lie. So I think it just kind of goes on. And the information that was in that one document that I mentioned, that through the Freedom of Information, about, they tipped off Toyota to who I was and what I said, that the way that they treated me, their inconsistent treatment of me affected my ability to get a job, and my personal circumstances, the impact on me, their treatment of me, just goes on and on. But these are all things that they never, that they never said public. I also mentioned that they identified the conflict of interest, and it just sort of goes on and on. But look, I think those are probably the key things, Andy. I could probably go on, and if you and I had a call in 2 weeks, I promise you I'll have things I know. There'll be things I know then that I don't know right now, that'll be interesting. And if you think about what I kind of have since this report's been, since the independent review was published, just what's come up through that, and I still have, who knows, thousands and thousands of pages of documents coming to me from my data subject access request. The stuff that I found in the 3% that they sent me already is damning. That's where I found the letter that the head of risk and compliance went to the complaints commissioner behind my back. So, who knows? But look, as I said, I think I could go on and on, but I think probably.
There is George, there is one other thing I'd like you to comment on, please. In your written submission, you talk about comparing what would have happened in the United States. Could you just briefly talk about that, please? I think that might be quite interesting.
Sure. Well, I've had, as you can imagine, conversations with all sorts of people, and opportunities. I've turned down a lot of interviews and speaking engagements and stuff. But there was someone in the States, from a publication that you would know, that I didn't agree to the interview, but I talked to the guy and I met him, and he was a good guy, and he was kind of walking me through what would happen if I had done in the US what I did here, what would have happened. And he's like, they would have absolutely, if you had made the equivalent of a Principal 11 phone call, they would have sent somebody to pick you up and brought you back to the office, the SEC, and you'd have gone back in to tell you to the next day with a wire, and you would have just recorded everything, got as much information as you could. And while you were in there, all the evidence that you had, they would have been scouring it. They would have known absolutely everything, and they would have been in there that next day, and they would have shut them down. If it led to, if it transpired the way that it did, and there was this fine, he's like, you would have made a lot of money. You'd have made millions and millions of dollars on that, and things wouldn't have, but it would have been a walk in the park for me. But it just never would have been able to escalate beyond the first couple of days. They would have put an end to it, because of the information that I had, because of my position in the company, and because of my track record with the regulator. I had been an approved person. What was that, 15 years at that point, something like that? No, not that long. That would have been 7 years. And I didn't have. I'd held the chief executive at another company. Other controlled functions. There was never an issue. So they would have taken all that into account, and they would have acted accordingly. It just wouldn't have got to that point. So I've had this discussion with other people over the years that are far more knowledgeable about how that would work than I am, and they all said the same thing. It just wouldn't have happened. They would have dealt with it. So that's unfortunate. I mentioned that one time to the regulator, almost in passing, that if I had done this in the States, this is what would have happened. And they responded with like a 2-page about, well, we're not the US, and it was just, but they ignored all the other questions that I had in that. They just kind of focused on something that was really a throwaway comment. But yeah, that's my understanding of how it would have worked. And look, I still get requests for to do things like that, and I don't really, I haven't. Sometimes I do, but not often. And I didn't do those because I wanted the focus to be before that on the people getting their money back, and I mentioned earlier I didn't want it just that to kind of be what defined me. But I think what's happened recently, and I'm not sure why, but there's been more interest, I think, because of the report and other things, and the long pattern of failure of the regulator, that it's not, despite saying that they learn from their mistakes, they clearly don't. But yeah, that's my understanding. Had it been in the US, the SEC would have been much more thorough in taking action and stopping it before it really got out of control.
George, thank you very much. Thank you very much for, first of all, for providing a very detailed, very detailed submission, approximately 40 pages, that will be put up onto the website of the All-Party Parliamentary Group, so people that want to read it can, whether they're journalists or other people who've been victims of scams, or members of the public, or politicians, and so on and so forth. So that will be on the website, and also this video recording of this interview will also be on the APPG's website as well. So George Patellis, thank you very much indeed for providing your written submission and your video testimony to the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Personal Banking and Fairer Financial Services call for evidence about the Financial Conduct Authority. George, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.